What am I doing? What am I doing?
No. They must remove. Okay. You're on.
Okay. Hello. Sanbanani. Dumilang Absheni on this beautiful Tuesday. That's what we are doing. Tuesday things. We've got our festival running from the 1st until the 30th of November. And we're speaking all things entrepreneurship within the month of November. And in the spirit of Global Entrepreneurship Week, we celebrated economical entrepreneurship. And we've also tapped into other 3 sustainable forms of entrepreneurship, looking at social entrepreneurship, cultural entrepreneurship, and of course environmental entrepreneurship. And today we are unpacking and looking within the week of creative cultural entrepreneurship. We've got an amazing speaker, and I forgot to actually introduce myself. I just said Sanbunan Dumelang Absheni. My name is Cindy Dladla Mkavatena Wakavatela, and you know the rest. And today I've got Mr. Kagiso Malema, who is here to grace us with his knowledge, his wisdom, and all things entrepreneurship, especially within the cultural industry. Mr. Malema!
Sorry, how's it going?
Hello!
I must admit,
we can't hear you, sir.
You can't hear me? Okay, I'm not on mute. I'm unmuted.
We can't hear you.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, unless if it's this button here. Okay, I've unmuted myself. I'll leave and then come back in
again.
We
are experiencing a few technical difficulties. Is there anyone who can offer a bit of emotional support with Mr. Malema? He's struggling to actually be audible. So I'm not entirely sure. So he has logged off. Let's hope we can get him back as soon as possible.
You can tell us the story meanwhile.
All right. Okay, cool. So we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I think it says everybody can
see. There we go. Thank you so much. Right. Preparation is key. Preparation is key. I cannot emphasize that enough. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for joining us, old neighborly neighbor. Thank you so much. I know. Yes, you are joining us today with regards to cultural entrepreneurship and celebrating all things within the arts, within the creative space. Thank you so much. I'd like to just introduce you, give a bit of an introduction with the work that you do. You are senior manager. Can I name the company? No? Yes? At a company. At a company. Senior manager of AI and also MI. And I'm so grateful for the kind of thought leader that you are, and the conversations we've had personally, absolutely amazing. There's so much. You're just a wealth of knowledge, and I don't know how you do this, but there's just so many things that you know, and there's so many times where I've felt educated and I've had to reconsider many a times a lot of my own perceptions of what I thought I knew, and I'm very grateful for that. So today we are looking at using entrepreneurship as a vehicle for cultural preservation. Can you please break bread with us this morning, sir?
Hey, cool. So I'm getting a bit of feedback,
You're getting feedback. Let me just confirm with the technical team.
Okay, it's better. It's gone now. But I can't hear you. Someone needs to teach us sign language because it looks like all the voices are trying to sign language.
We're like, no. Do you have any other devices on this podcast? On this podcast? Wow, on the StreamYard?
No.
Okay. Are you still getting feedback at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just chat to our technical team, please. Can you organize that? Thank you.
Okay.
Please Please give us a second. All right. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah,
I
can hear you.
Is there still
I just
feedback?
get feedback when I speak when you're speaking.
Okay, so feedback that way, that way, that way.
So when I speak, I hear my echo.
Okay.
He has another device.
No, he doesn't. Do you have anyone else in the space who has the device on with regards to the StreamYard?
I think it's my ghost probably. But no, I don't.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what the actual problem here is. Mr. Technical Team, please can you kindly offer some technical
I can
educational?
actually come in again. Here's it.
Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me just see if that works. Now, things will work. Let me go get my headset and then let's see if that will help.
Okay, thank you. All right, friends and family, thank you so much for your patience. Experiencing a few technical difficulties this morning. Happy Tuesday. We are still kicking it. We are still riding the global entrepreneurship wave, and that's what we're focusing on is our own homegrown content with regards to our own speakers. South Africa, in case you like homegrown, where's that? Homegrown South Africa, and we're looking at our own speakers, masterclasses, running so many sessions with regards to panel discussions as well, and a couple of films that we are obviously reviewing and unpacking with regards to entrepreneurship as a whole. And we've got Mr. Kagiso back. Is there still feedback, Mr. Kagiso back? I can't hear you now. Okay, do you mind moving the mic closer to you, like in your face? Okay, I can sort of hear you because my mic is from a distance.
How mute on your end and then
Okay, brilliant. I love a man with solutions. There we go. Thank you, sir. So I'm gonna leave it to you. I'm gonna mute my mic and leave it right to you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the echo has gone, so it was definitely feedback. All right. So thank you very much for having me again today to speak a little bit around how do we preserve our culture. I spoke a little bit about cultural entrepreneurship in the last session we had together, and then discussed a little bit about what the opportunities were there. So what I wanted to do is, unfortunately, I didn't get to doing beautiful slides like the last time. So I've got a little bit of slides, but they're not as beautiful. And then a lot of the stuff I've made notes about it. So I'm more than happy to share the slides once I'm done with them in greater detail. But I'll still go through the slides because they'll help me at the beginning. But then we'll freestyle it a little bit. Okay. I'm going to share my screen now. Let's go. Okay. And we will share that one there. There we go. Okay, I hope you guys can see my screen. Alrighty. Cool. So what we're gonna have the discussion about today is how can we use entrepreneurship as a vehicle for cultural preservation. And what I'll start off with, if I can go into the contents a little bit, is just to have a discussion around what is culture. I literally Google something, and you get different definitions of what culture is and what it encompasses, and then to look a bit of what do we mean by that exact idea of what when we talk about preservation of culture, and then look at how other nations have done it. How have other nations preserved their culture? And then talk a little bit about who we are. And I think at that point in time, I'll segue into some of the ways that we can then preserve some of the aspects of our culture. And remember that when you're talking about culture here, culture is non-race specific. So you got to understand that and de-racify culture in essence. So that you can understand what the culture in essence is. It may be different for different people, but it's understanding what that encompasses and then de-racifying it a little bit, and then understanding and enabling us to have a more an open conversation and discussion around it. Okay. So that's what we want to look at. And then we're going to look at who we are. We're going to look at some of the aspects around our culture. And then we're going to talk specific examples of the how part of that. So in the previous discussion that we had a discussion around what is entrepreneurship and what does social entrepreneurship look like, because that was that leg. And you'll understand that in essence, what we are looking at in enterprise is we are looking at how do we create a unique opportunity for profit. In general, that's what we're looking at, okay? So if we look at what is culture in general, firstly, you're looking at the social norms and behaviors that exist that we have as a people. You're then looking at knowledge as part of culture. And knowledge could be folklore, and in a traditionalist sense, it could be what we regard as medicine, for example. So whether the sangoma or some of that particular type of knowledge and learning about which herbs and healing knowledge, which herbs address what particular ailments, and that. And when you actually think about that particular knowledge, you look at acupuncture and cupping, for example, as a good example. If you look at acupuncture and massage and all of those treatments, culturally, they originate in the East. They originate, some of them in the Middle East and some of it in the Far East, where you're looking at China and Japan, but they made their way into a mainstream, profitable system. So, for example, you now have health retreats and spas that offer that particular type of treatment. However, for us, we have not been able to translate our knowledge in healthcare, which is our knowledge in healing, into an enterprise. We haven't been able to make that an enterprise. Part of it because societally, we regard that as a taboo to be able to enterprise around that knowledge and to make that knowledge profitable. But when you actually think about the first industrial, second industrial, third and fourth, and whatever industrial revolution it is that you want to look at the heart of it is IP, intellectual property. So if you look at the industrial revolution when it happened, all that was happening was some people were able to generate IP based on some knowledge that they had that everybody else didn't. They were able to prototype that and then industrialize that. That's how they made money out of it, that they were able to then scale that and then profit from it. Now, some of that knowledge was in engineering, some of that knowledge was in mathematics and in the sciences, and they were able to do that. Now, so that was it. So we're in a knowledge economy. That's the first thing that everybody needs to understand. Wherever you are, however you look at it, you're in a knowledge economy. If you look at where we are right now, knowledge of advanced mathematics, knowledge of advanced science, physics, and nuclear physics, and all of that, and energy, is what is propelling this evolution that we're seeing in the current push of industrialization. So, in fact, there are two industrialization processes happening in parallel. One is the digital revolution that we all speak about and the 4IR and whatnot, but there's also another revolution that is happening, which is the re-energizing of the economy. So the energy economy or the energy industry is evolving to become something else. And in that particular industry, what's happening is knowledge in energy is becoming key. So it's a knowledge, how to generate energy, how to preserve energy. Then there's something that is very, very weird. When I grew up, I had the privilege of growing up with my great-grandmother and being on a farm. You are always taught never to cut a tree. There's a particular plant we had that you never cut it at the root, and you always cut it in a certain way. And I lived without electricity, so I remember that cooling water meant putting it in an actual calabash and putting it in the coldest part in the house and actually baking from the earth. So I actually had the opportunity to do all of that, but you now understand that the West and everybody else is now starting to appreciate looking at the symbiotic relationship we have with nature. Traditionally, we've had the symbiotic relationship with nature, and that knowledge we've always had, from the Khoisan to even us, that we've always had that relationship with nature that was symbiotic, and that was somehow disrupted. We are going back to that. So if you look at that knowledge that we have, that body of knowledge that we have indigenously in Africa, that should actually be the knowledge that we are sharing with the rest of the world, monetizing it in a way and leveraging that in some IP way. So that's the one thing you need to dispel. Knowledge is profitable, full stop. Knowledge is profitable. That is why companies go to the lengths they go to protect IP, to have all manner of things to protect that knowledge. Knowledge is profitable. And you got to understand, if you've got knowledge that nobody else has, you can use that to your advantage and profit from it. And it's okay to actually profit from that knowledge, So that's the one myth that you need to dispel. So that's knowledge around culture. So our cultural knowledge and what we know about craftsmanship. So that's very, very important. Another thing is around our beliefs, right? Our belief system. As I'm explaining the symbiotic relationship with nature, that's a belief system, right? That, you come from the earth and you will return to it, and how you treat the earth, and, and then all of that. So all of this relationship and all of those beliefs are actually essential. So if you look at what's happening in the world right now, is the guys, other societies have been able to codify their beliefs and embed those beliefs into enterprises and into entities, and then sell those beliefs. So those beliefs are now being sold as therapy. Those beliefs are now being sold as, via even if you look at movies and art and what you consume, those beliefs are being preserved in that. And another component of that, of the beliefs, is issues that we're facing right now around leadership, around crime, and all of that. So all of that means that the belief system that we've had that exists to protect society from itself and to insulate society no longer exists. And that's very, very important that we understand that. Then you look at the arts, and that is the dramatic arts, the visual arts, as well as part of our culture. I think one of the biggest, or one of the biggest successes from a cultural export perspective is Mam Esther Mahlangu and the Ndebele art that she does from a painting perspective, and how it has become globally acceptable, and that. So you got to look at art, as we do it from a visual perspective, as an exportable commodity. And you've seen a lot of guys, I don't know who does my Xhosa, but that guy has managed to embed a lot of his culture into fashion and design. And it is exactly that embedding of your culture into every day. And I talk about that in the next slide. That is very important, and that preserves the culture. Embedding it and weaving it into what exists is exactly what becomes important. Then you look at laws, and this is a peculiar one, right? So if you look at our customary laws in terms of, from a marriage perspective, from a family perspective, from even retirement, how do our norms and laws govern retirement, and how do they govern that relationship? We have in our culture a norm, not necessarily a law, but a norm, that the last born child, if it's a boy, or the last born son, remains in the house, in the homestead, and they bring their wife into the homestead to take care of the household and everybody. So that last born child or son is given the responsibility of taking care of the parents in retirement. So that is your retirement plan. That child becomes a retirement plan, and their children obviously carry on living in the homestead, in the mainstay, and inherited by default. So if you look at then, the laws of inheritance work a little bit differently, where the laws of inheritance automatically say, because the youngest child is expected to live at home, that home automatically they inherit. And other movable assets would then be inherited by the elder brother and whoever else that have migrated out of the house or the homestead. And they generally migrate out of the homestead in order to grow, obviously, the family and the network. But that is a cultural thing. fallen off, and what it has resulted in, unfortunately, is it has created a crater in the social fiber of our society, and that's something that has gone. And then the laws governing marriage and interceding in marriages when there is a marital dispute. Um, what has happened to those laws, and as a result of that, I'm not sure if we can commoditize it and make a profit out of it. But it is just the way of that system has broken down, but it's an important part of our culture that requires to be preserved. And some of preserving those laws is not necessarily a direct monetization. There's also indirect monetization, wherein we write up, like the guys who are in law, who are law professionals when you're doing your masters and your PhDs. Some of that is researching these laws and codifying these laws and looking at how can they coexist harmoniously within the constitution, the confines of that, and using it as a remedy. So that's part of what that becomes. And obviously, I spoke a little bit about some of the customs that we have. But if you look at all of these customs, one thing that they become critical to is tourism, particularly foreign tourists coming into the country, wanting to experience the culture of South Africa. That becomes critical to actually educate them around all of these customs and around the laws and demonstrating that. And a lot of it has got to do with us knowing it and preserving it and being proud of it as well. And then we speak a bit about our cultural capabilities, our innate capabilities as a people, and what we're able to do and what we're proud of. There's an element of culture, if I go a bit to the arts, that has always been a hot topic. If you look at soccer, right, when Brazil was dominating the stage, a lot of that came from an acknowledgement of their style of play and the whole samba and what their culture represented. And adopting that and being prolific at it meant that they had an advantage and an edge over everybody else. So you had a nation that gained an edge in sports and in soccer by acknowledging their style of play. And I know growing up, Bukasi, there's always been that whole idea of, are we acknowledging and embracing our style of play enough? And is it that playing that type of football allows us to win more? And the same has happened in rugby and in cricket. If you look at our styles of play in rugby a lot, we win a lot when we play, I say, South African style of rugby, because there's a unique physicality and a unique athleticism that we tend to have that other nations don't have. And that's when we prosper. So you'll realize that nations and cultures tend to prosper more when they play to their advantages and when they leverage what is embedded within their culture to be able to succeed. And a good example of that would be Germany and probably Holland. Holland plays a lot into their culture in marine. They've got an advanced and a well-established marine and trade culture. And playing into that space means they're able to have harbors and ports that control a majority of the flow of goods into and out of Europe. They're able to export a lot of the yachts and the ships that are being built around the world because they have dug into that culture of theirs and did not necessarily abandon it. And that has given them an advantage over everybody else. And similarly, the same can be said with the French, with their wine and their culture from an art and fashion perspective. They dug into it and used that as a way to build economies and then to push forward. What we tend to do as South Africa and as Africa in general, is we tend to shy away from our culture. We don't see our culture as being exportable, as being palatable outside. But the biggest drawback is we don't find our own culture palatable, and that, I think, is the biggest problem. So that becomes very important.
Mr. Kagiso, sorry, can I just interject there? That is a very profound line. I just wanted to, wow, that is, yeah, you've said it beautifully. We will be taking a break in the next 2 minutes just to spuza manzi for a bit. So just in that 1 minute, you can say what you need to say, and then we'll continue in the next 33 minutes. I mean, 3 minutes. 1 + 1 is 14. It's fine.
Cool. So, if you then look at the habits that we have developed as a society, as whether it's the way we water, the way we walk, and all of that form part of us as a culture, and behind all of that, it's language, which is something that we never equate now. There's a lot we need to do around language and preservation. Okay. So I will pause there then before we go to the next slide. Let me just see what that is.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Malema. Is there anything you don't know? Is there anything you don't know? Every encounter with you is just information, critical, analytical, beautiful. Thank you so much. I've got notes here. I'm busy writing notes. We're gonna take a quick ad break. Okay, a quick break, and we're gonna see you in the next 3 minutes. And don't forget to follow us, hashtag Thrive, hashtag Startup Business Festival 21, and hashtag Start Biz Hack as well. Thank you so much. We'll be back.
Hello. Let's hope this works.
Look at me talking to myself. All right, we are back at the Business Startup Festival, and we are celebrating all things entrepreneurship. And this week, we are focusing on cultural entrepreneurship, looking within the creative industry in particular. And we are with Mr. Kagiso Malema, a brilliant mind, one of the most brilliant minds I know. Wealth of information, wealth of knowledge, and he's looking particularly at utilizing culture in terms of utilizing entrepreneurship as a form, as a vehicle of actually preserving culture. And there's so much that he has spoken about at length. Absolutely beautiful, so analytical, so critical. So thank you so much. You can proceed henceforth upon which. So sorry, we can't hear you. Load shedding in my ears.
There I am. I can see myself. Yay. Can you hear me? All right, cool. Awesome. Okay, so we talked a bit. Let me just go back one slide. Let me just do that. So we talked about where we are on the culture wheel and what are my screen is on this side. So when you see me looking at that, I'm looking at my teleprompter, my other screen that I'm sharing with you guys. Okay. So we talked a bit about the arts, we talked a bit about law, we talked about all of the circle. So that is trying to uncover what is culture. And then now we talk about what is it that we mean about cultural preservation. And then when I'm done with this, I'm going to then rephrase the topic in a design thinking way, right? So I don't know if any of you have done design thinking, but there's a way you phrase a problem statement in design thinking so that we are then able to generate ideas around it. And that is how I want to approach the session then, is to say we are ideating. So if any of you, from whatever idea gets thrown out, runs away with it, I'll be super happy, just give me a share of whatever proceeds, capitalism must also be fed. But I'm just playing with you. But just run with it if you can. And if you want to poke at my brain again, I will give you what I can, because I'm all about sharing ideas, right? So let's look at what we mean by preservation. We are not talking about dinosaurs here, right? So you can preserve a dinosaur by crystallizing it and freezing it and animating it and putting it in a museum. No, that's not cultural preservation. Putting Mapeshu and Shibelane in a museum is not cultural preservation. Having Shibelane and Mapeshu on Milan Runway Walk and having it available for everyone to buy at a store everywhere in the world, that is cultural preservation. Integrating and incorporating it and having it acceptable. I know there's Zulus, they wear that coat, whatnot on their head. I don't know what the formal name of it is, having that as acceptable attire into the office, into a business meeting, anywhere in the world, that is cultural preservation. That's what I'm talking about. Incorporating our culture into every day so that our culture and the things that symbolize our culture and heritage are not only for the 24th of September. That is becoming National Bride Day. But anyway, so that they're not reserved for a day, they are for every single day. So that our indigenous languages, all 11 of them, 12 plus Khoi, the Khoisan language, if you go that route, 11 with them, all of them are seen as a good medium of instruction and communication, not only outside of the schooling environment, but in entertainment. I don't know when was the last time I saw an ad on YouTube or Facebook. I don't really watch SABC that much, unfortunately, but I haven't seen an ad, Kasipedi. I haven't seen an ad, Kasizu. What has happened? That means that those languages are not seen as being that communicative and effective if the marketeers are not embracing them as a form of communicating to us as a people. It means the heart, we've disconnected from the heart's perspective to our language culturally. And that is not something that will kill the culture faster than anything else. So it's about incorporating it into our everyday. Okay, that is what it means to be able to preserve it. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about museums. I'm not talking about building another cultural village. No. We've done that. We've been there. That's so 1987. I'm talking about every single day, every day when we live. I'm talking about teaching it to the next generation as well. That's how we preserve our culture. I got 2 kids. I'm talking about them understanding their culture, embracing it, and loving it. Loving their culture every single day and understanding how empowering it is to have a culture. That's the one thing, just to digress, if I look at our communities, particularly Black communities, that disconnect to our culture is creating a vacuum in our identity. And as a result of that vacuum in our identity, we are not aspirational in general, okay? As Black people, and I say we because I'm obviously Black, so we are becoming unaspirational, and because there's that vacuum that has happened because of that disconnect to our culture, and because of that lack of aspiration. So this is something that culture and history do. If I can just dive in for a little bit, right? it gives you a sense of pride. So if you look at someone who is Scottish, for example, they will look at the history of the Scots and the battle of this and the battle of that, and they will talk proudly about how, they fought in this battle and they won and there's this. It imbues them with pride. It gives them strength to say that my people are capable, and it allows them to rise to something beyond themselves. I went to Spain. I think it was last year or year before last. I was in Barcelona, then in Madrid. And when I was in Barcelona in particular, what took me was the Catalan people and how much they got this pride. And when you talk to them, you're like, you're Spanish. They're like, no, I am Catalan, and they speak their language and they've got and they've got this pride about themselves as a people. And I kept on thinking, I'm like, how did this Spaniards managed to conquer and to colonize and to do what they were able to do? And I noticed that a lot of the people who did that, they were doing it for their queen or king and country. So they had managed to raise themselves above their own personal interests to the interest of their people and leadership beyond that. And that elevated them to achieve something that was beyond human comprehension. You go to Martin Luther King, you go to Malcolm X, you go to Nelson Mandela, you go to anybody else who has been able to achieve that. They had to raise themselves above their selfish desires and needs. And what propels them is having a history that tells them that they are capable. Coming from a royal household, for example, coming from an esteemed nobility, for example, becomes a good propellant. It gives you arrogance, and you need arrogance at some point in time to achieve the impossible. So we are disconnected from that. If you look at then Bapedi, for example, when you look at from a monarchy and a royalty perspective, what does that mean for you, and how does that then propel you to achieve more? I grew up with my great-grandmother telling me very nice tales about my people, about our culture, Bashavi, where we came from, how we got to be where we were. And it gave me personally a sense of importance. So that gap that we require is if we are able to preserve our culture and teach it to the next generation and carry it on, even in our stories, it means that as a people, particularly Black people, you will then have something to aspire to, and it will give us purpose. That's one thing we are lacking, purpose. That's very, very important. Another part of the preservation, and I alluded to earlier on, is making it and sharing it globally. That's important. For example, if you look at wine is we kind of didn't crash grapes. We just ate those things, right? And Cindy laughs at me. But it was
important. This is going. I know where this is going. That's why I say I love my conversations with you. And the problem with the conversation is you are so on fire that, oh my gosh, time. We need to get you back. We need to get you back in studio. We need to get you back.
I will build you, huh?
ASAP. No, seriously. Because we have run out of time, unfortunately, and it's been such an amazing session. We need to get you back. But my producer, but my technical, we need to get Mr. Kagiso back. Like, you are profound, sir. You are absolutely profound. I mean, always, not just today. You know, and it's really sad. I'm very unfortunate that we have to end it here. But we need to get you back, Boma producer, Boma whatever. Come hell or high water, we are getting you back because you're touching on so many important, so many crucial, and I love how you're so unapologetic about being Black or talking about the Black narrative. Yo, hi. So, do you have any last words for now? Because we're getting you back.
So for now, I think, look, guys, look deep into our culture, your culture, and look at the techniques that we can use. So you can reach out if you want, then we can discuss what are the probable techniques we can do. I think one of the two things, this was probably the most important part, is if you look at Japanese and Arab culture as an exit for me, there are good models and templates that you can look at how they did, particularly Japan. I think the Japanese culture, the way they've preserved it around architecture, food, and entertainment, those three things, I think there's opportunity there. And then I was going to go to my Mkomboti thing, but we'll get to that later on. and then and architecture, very importantly, and entertainment. So I think if you look at these three, I think it's six things overall that these two nations or these two cultures have done to preserve their culture and to interweave it and export it internationally and make it palatable. And they've built enterprises around it, which is very nice. That would be something that I would leave as a parting note to say, study other cultures, particularly there's the Arab and the Japanese. I think they've done a brilliant job in preserving their culture, becoming modern, and then profiting from that as well.
No, this is not goodbye. No, this is not goodbye, by the way. No, this is not goodbye. This is the conversation that needs to be had, the type of dialogue that we need to continuously engage in. I am bringing you back. Whether I like it or not, I am going to drag you by your hair. Yeah, if that has to happen. Thank you so,
Cool.
so, 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 so much, Mr. So I appreciate you. You know I love you with my whole heart and just this mind. Oh my goodness, and the impact that you've had on my life personally. I mean, I'm in great company. Honestly, I am truly, truly blessed. And I will see you soon, soon, soon. I will holler at you, as the kids say these days. Uh, I don't know. I'm acting like I'm 100 right now. But yeah, no, thank you
Cool.
so much, Mr. Kagiso Malema, for joining us today, unpacking all things cultural entrepreneurship. What a profound and insightful and informed conversation. I mean, come on. I just feel so privileged. You see, now I'm getting emotional because these type of things really, really touch my soul. I guess, phew, okay, I need to stop breathing now heavily. But yeah, I'd just like to say thank you so much to everyone who's joining us on our StreamYard, on our website, and on all our social media platforms. I would love to actually bring a Q&A with Mr. Kagiso ASAP, as well, so that we can engage with our fellow followers and stuff like that. So yeah, hashtag Thrive, hashtag Startup Business Festival 21, hashtag Startup Biz Hack. That's who we are. That's what we do here, reporting live from the business clinic, doing our thing. I just like to say, Danki Siabonga. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful day. We are coming back with another pioneer in the industry. Absolutely amazing graphic designer. Going to break bread as well with you, and just make sure to bring some coffee and butter. Miss you.
Why does it cut my head? Oh, okay. Good morning once again, colleagues and patrons, entrepreneurs, innovators within our broader entrepreneurship ecosystem. My name is Lucky Teru, and I'm very thrilled once again to actually be here once again as we actually celebrate an incredible week. This week, we're focusing on cultural and creative entrepreneurship. So we're saying entrepreneurship for cultural and creative expression. This is really geared at really celebrating all things entrepreneurship. Here at the Startup Business Festival, we make entrepreneurship fashionable, but also attainable. So we're focusing on all the 4 dimensions of entrepreneurship, celebrating this month-long entrepreneurial journey. Getting immersed within this amazing, platform. The objective really is to ensure that we can make entrepreneurship a lifestyle, not just something that we celebrate once a year at a particular time. Of course, we do celebrate, the great strides that we have done as an ecosystem on a global scale to actually have a week dedicated to entrepreneurship all over the world. Global Entrepreneurship Week, which we celebrated basically the second week of this month. But here at the Startup Business Festival, we decided that no. 1 week is not sufficient, for us. We need to actually ensure that we can look at all the different dimensions of sustainability and basically look at them basically and superimpose entrepreneurship on each one of those different elements, which is environmental dimension. We looked at environmental sustainability the first week. We looked at cultural, dimension this week. The previous week, we looked at the economic dimension of entrepreneurship. And last week, of course, we celebrated, all things entrepreneurship for social change. If you're joining us, for the first time, welcome. We hope you actually get, immersed within what's going to be happening throughout this week. It's an amazing opportunity where we bring entrepreneurs, innovators, we bring also investors to engage with us on what we can do to build a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem, a working and functional but also living entrepreneurial ecosystem for us as entrepreneurs and innovators to ensure that we can build the jobs that we need to build moving forward. We actually have an amazing guest who's going to be engaging with us this week as well as we embark on this journey of entrepreneurship for cultural and creative expression. Our next speaker's name is Dinanye Semenya. He's a graphic designer with 10 years experience in communication design. He has worked basically as a layout artist designer, basically for one of the largest multilingual magazine, Bona. I know you are familiar with Bona, a great magazine that we all grew up with. And he ventured into basically freelance design, serving as creative director at Hariyeng, which is was a marketing campaign geared at help the city of Tshwane to introduce a central public system, the public transport system, basically, which was an amazing bus system that was introduced recently in the city of Tshwane. After that, he's been working quite extensively with various agencies, basically on user interface and user experience design, basically also working with some of the largest banks in the country. He's an incredible, innovator and entrepreneur who's also working basically with the UK South Africa Tech Hub and helping basically, brands to actually, communicate effectively what they do. They actually have started a company called Samuel. You can check them out at samuel.africa, which is an incredible, agency, which is a purpose-driven agency. And I haven't really heard of a lot of purpose-driven agencies out there. So it's really fascinating to actually be in conversation and to see basically what they do and to get inspired by the work that they do. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite our speaker to come and give us that presentation shortly after this.
My name is Ndinanyi Abel Siminya. I'm a vendor boy from previously Venderland, I guess, but more specifically Makado in Limpopo. I'm a designer, communications by qualification, UX, UI by experience, and communications, and branding as well. Is where I've kind of grown my skills. I studied in TUT, Tswana University of Technology, graduated in 2010, and have been basically in this industry since then. Through this journey have, obviously as most creatives, fell in love with my craft, and so doing birthed an agency or a design agency called Samuel, we are mostly virtual, we have been working for I'd like to say a good 3 years. My math might be off, but in that time I have had the privilege of working with some amazing organizations and people. We are mostly a four-man team, and I say four-man loosely, in that our approach is specific in that it's mostly project-based. So at any given time, it could be permanently four, but loosely 6, 7 people, depending on the size of the scope of the project. And so to give a bit more in depth about who we are, is that Samuel is a multidisciplinary design agency, and what that means is that we open ourselves to developing solutions based on and working with different people. With the goal to achieve a purpose for that client. Our purpose is, in its core, to just create better. And what that means is that we try very hard to look at any problem and come up with a better solution, not necessarily the best, but open it up to evolution, because best can become almost absolute or obsolete, and leaves no space for evolution or growth. And our approach is using a sort of high-level design thinking methodology that allows us to basically start from a research perspective. What that means is that traditionally we would start by looking at what the client is looking for, or organization, and really do the research and find out if maybe what they might think that they need, that they want, may not necessarily be what they need. This is through our great fellow staff person, which is Rama, who is able to, almost help organizations find their blind spots through some in-depth research, some high level, some observational, and through that develop sort of like a back and forth. Before everything, our biggest success and focus is around collaboration, thus communication. We don't believe as being the people who have all the answers. In fact, most organizations have the answers. We just help them articulate and even discover those answers. So we really are specific in the way that we choose our customers, as we are a social impact focused agency. So our clients and organizations are usually driven by a purpose, which is the beginning of everything. And so in the research process, it's usually just a conversation, it's research, desktop, it's observation, and then it goes on to mood boarding. And mood boarding allows us to scamp out, discover ideas, figure out what might work, what might not work, and through that process, develop scamps if that's the direction that we're going. So if client says, well, we're looking to revise or do a website, for example, and this is the name of the website, we ask a multitude of questions. For example, what is the purpose? What are we trying to achieve? And through that might discover that maybe a website or an in-depth website might not be the answer. There may be a name change, a brand design, a more hands-on approach with your clients or the people that you're trying to achieve the social impact might be the solution. And then that process happens, and then we do a testing. And the testing really is in the phase of, in UX you'd call it the MVP, which is the most viable product. And it's not usually complete, but it's something that we can work with. And it's a back and forth, and we see the responses and go back if it doesn't work until we get to a sweet spot where we eventually start to design and hand it over to our organization, or at that point collaborator and partner. And once that is done and they're happy, we love to do a follow-through, because it helps no one to have a great-looking product, but if it doesn't work and times have changed, like we would have experienced in these last 2 years, then we're sitting with a product or a solution that may not be sufficient for that particular problem. And that's always our follow-through. We have to follow through. We need to see that what we've given you has added value, and that's one thing we strive ourselves in trying to check if everything worked or to the best that we can get to. And that's why relationship and collaboration is at its core, because that's what builds some level of sustainability. Our operation is open in that we've made up of a designer, myself, a writer by the name of Palesa, a social media person by the name of Muraro, and a researcher by the name of Rama. And these are individuals that are mostly contracted by us, but also do their own thing. And what we love about that is that because they themselves are leaders in their own, or change makers in their own fields, collaboration becomes easier because they're self-driven. But in the event of dealing with clients, it's less work. We realize it's not about the size of the team, it's about the work and the impact that they can do even with a small team. I could walk through some clients that we've worked with. We've worked with, our clients are small to large, really. And in this time, we've been trying to figure out a pricing structure that works. So we have sort of a adjustable pricing structure. And how that's been working is that every now and then we find ourselves engaging with either a local or international client that can, in many ways, afford our services because of the experience. And what we've done is that in that pricing model is that we worked out that if we can get a few, we're not really obsessed about the size of the client, it's more about the purpose. But if the client is big enough and they can carry sort of what is standard or the pricing that we'd love to, what we do is that we use whatever that budget is, and we allow that to subsidize a smaller organization that is looking for similar services. Examples would be If you are big organizations and you'd like a whole redesign of a campaign or a website or whatever the case may be, and we have a big budget for it and you can afford it, in that is we've worked it out to then be able to subsidize a smaller entrepreneur or organization that is also driven by purpose, but just doesn't have the finances. And so what that means is that, for example, if one client says we are willing to spend 500,000 for this whole campaign and or website, when we go, and then there's another client that is looking to develop solutions for water, and their budget is 5,000. That 500,000 split up or managed well can almost subsidize a bit of the work that would otherwise be not accessible to the guy who's really trying to make an impact in his community. And that's how we've been adjusting our pricing model. And in that, I can then say our clients have been all the way from international organizations like the UK Tech Hub, the 500 Women Scientists, into more local ones like Kusini and Creative Nestlings and the city of Tshwane. And we've managed to do some great work. I'd love to go through some of it, but I think you can, should I go? So actually start with one of the smaller ones, which is a coffee shop by the name of Autumn Coffee. And Autumn Coffee is founded by a family, a husband and wife, and their whole focus was around sort of like the experience of coffee and creating a pleasurable experience when you walk into the shop. What that has allowed us to do is that as a small, very small company, and a startup at that, is that we offered them a brand and we helped them develop a brand that would speak to their values, which was love in coffee and a really sort of earnest approach to serving coffee. And they intend to grow this brand into something that will be looking into barista training, supply and distribution, and also opening it up into things like packaging for different organizations for these coffees. And that's Autumn Coffee. Another one, and then one of our bigger clients and also great clients at that is an organization called 500 Women in STEM, or 500 Women Scientists specifically. And they have a platform called Gauge. And what it does is it allows women and gender minorities from around the world to have an opportunity to be in platforms by creating a directory for the different women and gender minorities, and allowing people to have access to it. And these could be journalists, event organizers who are looking to have other voices on panels that are outside of cis male. This particular one was one of our favorite, as the process of discovery was collaborative, and it was in the beginning of COVID. And what it did was it opened up the sort of collaboration model, which was traditionally a face-to-face, to be a digital experience. So we went through a process of what was originally going to be called 500 Request a Woman in STEM, which was the original platform. And through a process of discovery, collaboration, and a short workshop, we helped 500 Women Scientists discover the name called Gauge, which is taken from a term called the Matilda effect, coined or named after, I believe, a scientist. Can't remember the exact time in which this scientist exists, but the name of the scientist was Matilda Gauge. And there's a term called the Matilda effect, and the Matilda effect was basically is an effect of when cis white male take ownership of successes of discoveries by women. And so through a process of trying to understand what their purpose was and what their vision was, we worked on changing the name into Gauge, which worked very well as it gave a sense of almost powerful and memorable term that typically would not be associated with anything that in the past would be associated with a female organization. And in that we were able to assist them with the name, discovering the name, one, creating the brand and doing the website. And we continue to have a great relationship as we assist them in a lot of their communications. And this has been an ongoing relationship. Another would have been Kusini, which is a social entrepreneur. It's a social business that uses, in its core, uses macadamia nuts to purify water for communities. And they have been doing amazing work, and we continue to also have great relationships with them, and have done some few things for them that has allowed them to bring their brand forward. Another is a small NGO called Talita Kum, which is in Limpopo, and they're focused around creating programs for in sort of assisting the IQ or the EQ of children in disadvantaged communities. We worked with them in developing one, their brand identity, and also a program through also a partnership with Stir Keniko before COVID, is that we were able to develop a program that we called Big Dreams, Big Screens, or Big Screens, Big Dreams. And the idea was simple, was to give children an opportunity to go to the movies and experience film and movies that are focused around their identity. And our first project, and currently one that's standing, would have been taking 72, if not 77 students from primary school in Soweto called Mveredzandivo to one of the shows of Black Panther. And we felt that important because it was a representation of black excellence in a world that is not always seen. And the idea was to almost look for different ways to inspire children and feed into their EQ. So recognizing people that look like them, that sound like them, is something that we take for granted. But when you think about, at least my generation, when we think of heroes coming up, we understood as superheroes. And that in many ways spoke to our personal identities as we associated ourselves with, depending on who we thought we were. We associated ourselves with a Spider-Man or a Superman, but they didn't look like us. So we actively look for films as a source of inspiring big dreams, and it doesn't necessarily have to be seen immediately. See it later in the way that child grows. And that's what one of the programs that we worked with them for, and that's also an ongoing relationship. Then we've got the Women Who Lead, which is a tech hub founded by the UK Tech Hub that is focused around upskilling women within the tech community through entrepreneurship workshop. They're based in Cape Town, and we've also been growing and doing a few collateral for them. One such collateral was specifically Ladies Who Launch, and Ladies Who Launch was around having conversations with women who are in fields of technology and entrepreneurship. And a specific event would have been when they had the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, and we assist in creating some of that collateral for that particular event. This is also an ongoing relationship, which we've enjoyed and continue to enjoy going forward. And then lastly, is a much older project, but is still one of our highlights as well, is the Arieng public transit system, which is founded in the city of Tshwane. And we worked with the city of Tshwane to develop their collateral or marketing material. And that looked like in the form of billboards, radio adverts, and other marketing material, specifically a Z-card fold. And that Z-card fold was designed to give information to the people of Tshwane and give them access to routes and all sorts. And the idea was to make it as inclusive as possible. And so even in our design process, we used infographics that were more relatable and looked like the people that lived within the city of Tshwane. And I mean, these are just a few of the projects that we can highlight. However, we still continue to do other work as well. And we are scaling as we go and as we get better or create better.
The first question is around building and scaling, an organization like this. Creative enterprises are typically run by creatives.
Mm-hmm.
You find that the balance between business and the creative side of things.
Mm-hmm.
How have you actually gone around tackling that?
It's a tough one because within the creative space, what you find is, creatives typically are very sensitive to their work. So they want to produce the best possible work, but they also want to have some sort of recognition out towards it. And so the space that we've kind of dealt is very results driven. And really it's not so much about how pretty the thing is, it's more about how does it work or it doesn't. And so we've had to kind of strip away what we think we know regarding just the creative process and really look for smart ways to execute. Now I say this to say that this affects a lot of our processes as well, and ultimately then affects our costings. What we are fundamentally selling is a solution, and it needs to work, which forces you to kind of think in a different type of way. It's not if somebody's going to see it or not. Is somebody, in fact, if they don't see it, but they almost are responding to it, then the product has worked. So when scaling something like this, what we've had to learn is to almost speak our client's language and not speak design. Know how to articulate ourselves. So if client or organization thinks a logo is what works, they're basing it on sort of a knee-jerk reaction to, well, I'm an organization, I need a logo so that I can be seen. And trying to walk through the impact, legibility, all of those things, all this design principle is really not what your client or organization is looking towards. They're busy trying to live their purpose. And so that's been an education, to say the least. And it's an ongoing thing. So the scaling is really around communication. If you get the communication right, it's easier to kind of, if you're able to speak your client's language, it's easier to make them understand your worth. Because they then empathize and see, oh, okay, cool. So you're not just creating a logo, you're helping my brand to have recognition. And the value of that recognition can be associated currently with X amount. So, I mean, I hope I'm answering the question, but the scaling is difficult, but in its core, one of the tricks is understanding or trying to speak your client's language and not trying to speak design only, to say the least. Let's keep it simple.
Okay, the next question actually is around access to markets. That sometimes you do find great designers, great teams, but how do you actually ensure that you can drive a sustainable business, and how do you access markets?
So surprisingly, I think with access to markets, it's been a word of mouth, funny enough. And word of mouth comes from relationships. And that's been the core, actually. So it's relationships that help you with word of mouth. And the lovely thing about currently the network that is the creative field is that everybody kind of knows everybody. So if you're open to being in certain spaces, but also knowing where you are, because as a multidisciplinary agency, we're not necessarily in creative spaces. We are in entrepreneurial conversations around social impact. And in there could be a resource in the form of an anthropologist that could help us talk to leaders in the middle of KwaZulu-Natal so that we're able to assist them in developing a intranet system for data collection. So it's in its core networking, physical networking, which is I believe is still core and fundamental. And because of our field, it's opening ourselves up to not just only being in the creative scene, because the creative scene is almost organic. If you open yourself up, you will find certain people. And spreading yourself up, so going to creative scenes, but also going to places where your actual client might be. And in our case, our clients are organizations that are in the business of doing purpose-driven impact work. So, yep.
Super. And then the next question has to do with what actually do you mean when you say you're a purpose-driven agency? Does that mean that you say no to work that may not be associated with your values?
So purpose-driven, to be more specific, is to say, are you in the business of fundamentally trying to leave the world a better place? So it's open but specific. So if there's like a trickle down to, at the end, this is going to make somebody or make the earth a better place, then we can work with you. And that's what purpose-driven is really in its core. And that's how we associate us. So our personal purpose in its core is always just to create better. So it's using what we have to contribute to a better world and to create a better world. And if that's in the form of creating better systems, if that's in the form of creating better working experiences, then in the form of creating better environmental projects, better access to platforms where women in STEM can access, better opportunities to women that did not previously have access to conversations, better access to transport systems, then it's fundamentally in its core and a pursuit for a better purpose. It's a purpose for a better world, and that's how we kind of align it. So that's what we always ask our organizations or clients, or fundamentally as we kind of put them, our partners, what their purpose is. and that informs how we collaborate and work towards achieving that purpose, or at least a phase of it. Because I think with purpose, it's an ongoing thing. We will fade out at some point, or never. But if we're still around, and the organization allows itself to go forward, we'll always be there to help you get better and create better.
Fantastic. And then the next question has to do with funding. A lot of startups who believe that for them to start their businesses, their agencies, whatever they may be, they need funding. What is your take on it?
So it's twofold. I believe, well, it's a tricky one because I think as a black person, I recognize the sort of the difficulties of not having funds accessible to run your dream. Because we take for granted how the luxury and the privilege that one has to have a roof over their head, food, so that they can be creative. Yet in the same way, I sometimes fear that premature funding is wasted funding. So I think funding with some sort of assistance, I think is all great. Or if that's something that's difficult to attain, I'll give my own personal experience. Even as somebody who is growing a small agency, I also have contractual work with agencies as well. But my decision for doing, my basic decision for it is because I recognize my weaknesses and my strength. As a creative, I'm able to pick up solutions. I'm able to notice or observe where a solution might be, and that's my strength, right? That does not mean that I'm great at business. In fact, I'll be the first to say that I'm not the best business person in the world. And it's something that I'm continuously trying to learn. Financially as well is something that even as an organization we've had to kind of figure out as well, because we're doing a model that is difficult to kind of get right. But in its core, we need funding. We need to be able, and funding in a sense of whether it's personal funding or whether it's assistance from somebody. And my personal solution has been to put whatever skills I have and lease them, as I'd like to do it, to other organizations. And thus kind of continuing sort of like allowing myself to be afloat, but also learn by expanding myself into a different organization and taking on certain things, be able to bring it back to our organization as well, and grow the business as well. So that's been my approach as the co-founder, to say, okay, cool, this is how we're gonna fund the business, where there's breaks of struggling to find clients and people need to work and so on. And that's been a part of the solution. Yet there are other projects as well. There are other people with other organizations that themselves have got an actual product that is almost a sure bet. And I think those people should get the funding, because they don't have to go through the growing pains of discovering a model that might or might not work. They literally are in a position to give something or do something that is almost a sure bet. And because, and I'm speaking from a black person, they would not have access to any other funding prior to that. They don't necessarily have a history of people or a legacy of individuals that have got a wealth and are able to allocate that to them. Yet, I still think it's crippling if that's all you give them, just funding, and then say do with it as you wish. I think there's people within markets that we are liable to kind of give back, but also give back in a sort of intellectual property as well, and also strengthening for sustainability. And so funding from a collaborative, if it's collaborative, I'm all for it. But if it's top down, I've got my questions for it.
Super. And we've got the last question. Actually, the last question is, what has been the toughest experience you've had since you started your agency?
Sure. I think for me is sure, it's a lot actually. It's not just one. I think it has to be honest, what we're offering is something that might be picking up now. And so the confidence to kind of explain it to somebody and see, and almost, particularly from a South African perspective, and convince them and make them see the value of what you're doing has been a tough thing, because a lot of South African organizations, particularly people within the space of social impact, which is mostly, unfortunately, NGOs, they come from a place where they not fundamentally have the funds for whatever that you want to do. And when you kind of bring through that technically you're not paying me to give you this thing, you're not paying this organization to give you a product, you're paying us to walk with you in this journey, and there's value in the design of this whole thing. It's a lot more work to convince somebody who, one, should not be thinking about design, I guess, in their kind of world. They just want to do what which is funny, because you also should not be thinking about selling because you're a creative. But that has also, it's been a tough but also welcome challenge, because in it has allowed us to discover different ways of approach. And also, for every win that we get, it almost adds to the portfolio and a reason, and makes the whole thing valid, makes it a reason as to why an agency like Samuel is needed. So I think from the beginning would have been just the confidence to kind of try and advocate and say, okay, cool, this is why you need us, this is why we're doing, this is why we'd love to work with you as opposed to somebody else. And then kind of through that whole experience, which is an ongoing thing. It's definitely a difficult thing, but it's a great challenge, and it's been something that has been molding us and allowing us to at least have more weight within the industry that we are in. Yeah.
To a young person growing up in Mutare, what would you like to say to them who are perhaps looking at you and listening to you and finding inspiration when they want to actually emulate your journey to a large extent? What would you say to them?
I think first and foremost, I'll say what my mom used to say, which is always look at your environment and ask yourself how you can make it better. If you're in the business of, or you'd like to be in a space where you are, one, trying to make the world a better place, and with no shame, trying to be successful, which we're all trying to do, I say look at your environment. Sometimes we look outside and trying to emulate. I'm still working it out myself. We try to emulate what we think we know, and I know it's old news, but I think it's very, very important to look at your environment, look at your backyard. As is right now, we trying to work with organizations back home, because in its core, it makes no sense to try and save the world when your own backyard is not fixed. So I say look at your own environment. Start now, which is something I wish I did younger. Start now, learn. Education is made up 90% of the time, and it's made up because of observation. So your education is everywhere. And that's how a lot of innovation kind of comes from. It's not really textbook. Textbook gets you the language, it gets you a lot of the information, and it also gets you in certain places. But as we kind of grow, I think innovation lives in observation, and always asking yourself why and what if and what is this, and just to punt the slogan again, how can I make that thing better? So yeah.
And just a bonus question. How would you like to be remembered?
Funny enough, if I were to write my own obituary, and somebody has asked me this, and I love this question because it allows you to kind of see the things that are important. In terms of order, I'm not a father yet, but I'd like to be recognized as a great father, a great partner, a great son, a great brother, a great friend, who loved all of those people. And then lastly, somebody who cared and loved his environment, had empathy to those he met. And lastly, and final one, was the co-founder of Samuel.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. That was something else. Move.
I'm trying to understand what's stopping them. Hello, 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 hello. Lo, Samanani, do me, langi, up, she, ni, hello, we. Hello, hello. All right, we are back. We are back with the Business Startup Festival. Igama Usindi Idladla, Wakabadela, and all of that. Wanda inkomo yonke get to slice. No, it's been an amazing morning. I must say, started the day off with such a bang. I am so grateful to be part of this amazing festival, and we're speaking all things entrepreneurship, and we've been celebrating all month long until the 30th of the month. And I am thoroughly enjoying everything that we are doing. So this morning, we had Mr. Kagiso Malema at 9 o'clock doing a masterclass and looking at entrepreneurship as a vehicle for cultural preservation. The conversation was on fire, guys. I'm not going to say anything more because I'm going to take time. And I don't think I have anything to contribute. I'm not self-deprecating, but this man is on fire. Sir, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Please continue as you were with your knowledge and your guidance.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me now, right? Everything is clear. All right, awesome. Come on, good. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen again. Okay, let's go there. We want to share you, and we want to do that. Cool beans. Okay, so we just a quick recap, right? So we started off by having a discussion on. So I'm just gonna let me just do this so that I've got control here. So we started off by looking at what is culture. We went through some of the cultural wheel in terms of where we are at and what are the opportunities in the different areas. We looked at what is meant by preservation. And then that's where we were at. We're looking at what is it that we are talking about from a preservation perspective and what does preservation mean. And I had promised you that after we've discussed briefly on what do we mean by preservation, we would then segue into defining and restating our title or objective in a way that is aligned with what you call design thinking. And in so doing, it will probably make it more active and actionable for the great minds of entrepreneurs to digest and to be able to come up with nice inspirational ideas around it. Okay, then we can look at how have other nations preserved their culture, and then we can talk a bit about who we are and then what is the possibility of taking that culture and taking it forward. Okay, so we've done that. So this is the last slide that we were on. We talked about how do we incorporate it, and that's what we mean by preservation. So I made a note here, so it's not on the slide, unfortunately, of a restating of what the objective then is. So if you think about it, we can restate the objective as saying, how might we, okay? That's generally how you start in design thinking, or at least the way I've been taught. So how might we use our rich and indigenous knowledge and heritage as a means of generating sustainable income, wealth, and employment, while at the same time ensuring a continued integration and existence of the above. In simple terms, we are now asking the question, how might we use this indigenous and diverse culture that we have and our heritage and everything else to use that, now this is the important part, to make that knowledge and all of those things a means of creating or generating a sustainable wealth and income and employment. Those are the three things. So you've got income, wealth, employment. that's the objective that as an entrepreneur you've got. Obviously, the profits go to the wealth component, and then there is income that you have as a business, and then there is the preservation, but also there is the employment component as a country that has got as high youth unemployment as we have. Then you can start ideating around that, because if you are now focusing on these three pillars and you know what you want to use to be able to do that, then you can go into the other parts of design thinking around prototyping and ideation. So generally after this, then would come the ideation, and there was when I love Formula One. So when Lewis Hamilton won his 7th World Championship last year, he talked about dreaming the impossible and how important it is to dream the impossible. I'm a dreamer 24/7. Even when I'm awake, I'm dreaming. And so the ideation stage, which would naturally follow after restating the way that I've stated the problem statement, is around the dreams. How do we dream about it? And we have to dream the impossible. We have to dream the impossible. And that's the power of where I would like us to go. I mentioned wine before we segued, and I wanted to ask, why is it acceptable to toast your victories and your parties with wine and not mkomboti? Why is it acceptable? Why is it the pinnacle of achievement of closing a business deal to toast with a scotch and not to do the same with totot? Why is that? Why? And if we re-engineer the perception just around Mkomboti fela, I mean, I know it may sound silly, and repackage it and reposition it, reimagine it as the key to success. And I was chatting with Cindy when we were chatting, and the question I asked, why is Mkomboti good enough for your ancestors and not good enough for your success? You buy a new Mercedes Benz, why is it not good enough for that? But it's good enough for your ancestors, yeah. So when you want things to go the right way, it's like Mkomboti is the way to go. So if it's not the pinnacle of a drink in culturally in your culture, then don't give it to the people you revere the most. If you look down upon it, why do you give it to the people that you revere the most? It's a paradox. And yes, people will laugh at you when you're doing Mkomboti, you're repackaging it and you're marketing it like DJ who was doing more fire. People will laugh at you, and that's very good. People laughed at Elon Musk when he was starting Tesla. People will laugh at you when you're doing things that they cannot imagine and comprehend to be palatable and to work. But that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing, because you are really doing something that is groundbreaking. And I remember uttering the same thing to say that the feet of pioneers are not smooth. They are laden with thorns, because pioneers walk a road that is tough, lonely, and painful. That is what it means to be a pioneer. And in 90% of the instances, that is exactly what it means to be an entrepreneur. It's a solitary road. It's a painful road. And by the time you have walked, imagine you are in the you are in the wilderness, and it's thorns, it's this, it's that. By the time you get to your destination, you can barely stand. That is the journey of innovation. That is that journey, because you're going to make that many mistakes. So the question has been framed now in a way that we can now ideate, and I've thrown an idea out there from Kombot. So if you then have an idea of something else, and I also mentioned totot. My physics and chemistry teacher was from Venda. And so he used to tell us the chemical composition of tototo and then how it was done. So it's a funny joke that we used to have as a class. So it's an alcoholic beverage. It's very, very dangerous. I don't drink, by the way. I know all the things, but I don't drink. But in any way, the idea is to kind of inspire you to something that is ridiculous. And it sounds ridiculous when you first conceive of it, but as you evolve it, you're like, hey, hang on a little bit. That could be that. And while we're talking on cultural preservation and globalization, I just want to talk a bit around Boerewors and to take a leaf out of our Afrikaner compatriots and how they have actually preserved their culture after, for many, many years, and embedded it into language, into system, into education. And they've embedded it very nicely into every single thing of their daily lives, to the extent that buying a Boerewors roll or ordering it in a restaurant in New York and that is not uncommon. Having a cook sister is not uncommon. It has now become part of an acceptable culinary culture to know how to eat those things. But I'm yet to be in a restaurant in SA, never mind abroad, and order mohodu, and call it like that, call it mohodu, not tripe mohodu, you know. Those types of cultural integrations have been done by, certain things in South Africa. You may think it's not important. We had a recent spat between SA and two spats actually between SA and France, and they were around two things. They were around the usage of a certain word to describe the type of wine you have. The French were arguing that South African wines couldn't use that word because it's supposed to be for French. And then South Africans later on were fighting for one word, rooibos. There was literally a diplomatic spat over the word rooibos. And that any other tea that is similar to rooibos that is grown anywhere else other than in SA cannot be called rooibos. That's how important and profitable culture is. And you may feel ashamed profiting from your culture. There was a big fight with the pharmaceuticals around aloe. They are farming aloe and taking essence from the aloe and producing, health products. So if you won't do it, someone else will come. They will do it. And you will buy back what they're doing with what you regard as being culturally important to you. Capitalism is brutal. It's non-emotional. So if you're going to put your emotions in there, bloodbath at the bottom. So just so that you understand, that is the nature of the beast that is capitalism. It takes no prisoners. It will take what you love, it will take it away from you roughly, and make sure you don't have access to it, and then it will sell it back to you at a profit. A beautiful profit. That is the brutal nature of it. So just so you understand, don't have any illusions when you go into this thing. You may have beautiful ambitions about changing society, but you cannot change society in a capitalist stance without the means. Having this is costing money. Having this discussion we're having costs you data, it costs electricity. And without it, you cannot have it. So you have to be realistic and pragmatic as an entrepreneur. So that being said, let's look at then the other nations and what they have done. So this is where you must look into if you want a practical how-to guide. And I've listed two here: the Japanese culture and then the Arab or the Arabic culture, and how they have done it. I've looked at two different instances there. If you look at architecture, Japanese architecture has become so they managed to preserve it in the way they built their cities, and it has become so aspirational that a lot of high-end houses, they burn their timber now, the Japanese way, and for preservation against fires, especially those that are prone to high fire zones. They never used to do that, but it's something that the Japanese have embedded in that. Their architecture, because of where they are situated, earthquakes and tsunamis and that, they've got a certain way of building such that they preserve their buildings and they proof them against those natural disasters. That is now being accepted and is being adopted by other people and is becoming mainstream. It is still foundationally in their culture. And then you've got the ideas and the concepts of feng shui in the way that the house is laid out, in the movement of the house, and where the bed must face in the head, and all of that. All of those design elements are now being incorporated en masse, particularly by the high-end people in society, the top 1% are incorporating that into that. So that is a very beautiful way to preserve culture, because it means that in the house of a French or an American person, you will have elements of design and flow and energy flow into a house that are impacted and influenced by architecture. On the architecture note, and when this gentleman from Nkandla built himself a very nice homestead with a elaborate fire pool and everything else, when you looked at the architecture of how he did it, he had huts and then he had the main homestead, and they were built as if they were an arc of the horn of a bull's horns, and they were making this beautiful arc with a central courtyard. Now, my great-grandfather's farm in the house was exactly like that. You had the homestead, and then he built an arc, but we made a full circle around it into the courtyard. So when you arrived at home, you entered through the gate, you're in the courtyard, and then you've got like 3 or 4 houses that are enclosing that courtyard, and one would be the kitchen, one would be where we bath, and one would be the main house where we live, and then one would be just a generic household. And then, as you go older as a boy, your house would be there, but we are all enclosed in and opening into that courtyard. That is architecture. That is design. That it is something we do inherently, but that is part of who we are. The thatch roofing and the way we design it and the way we incorporate all of those elements of family and togetherness and cohesiveness in the way that we're doing it, closing that circle, making sure that we're protected. That is an architectural heritage that we have. We shouldn't just abandon it and throw it out of the window. It is an important part. So if you are an entrepreneur in the architectural space, you can look at that. You can actually say, if I'm an architect and I want to become, go out on my own, why don't you specialize in African architecture, not just South African architecture? And if you're an interior designer, why don't you specialize in African interior design? So there's great sculptors in South Africa, in Mali and Benin. You get very beautiful sculptures. How do you then take that and put it into the everyday life of the people that you're seeing? That's mainstream. And as you build literature around it, it becomes more mainstream, because then people will have to understand, oh, why was the kraal like this? Why was the... So all of those little elements are beautiful elements in our culture, in our indigenous culture as a people, that we're abandoning, but Japan has managed to bring in. And we build skyscrapers nowadays, they're everywhere. But I still don't see anyone building skyscrapers that are demonstrative of or imbued with a lot of our culture and our heritage. And part of our heritage as a country is mining. Mining rigs going in and out. That's how we founded as a country. So bringing that into that, I think architecture would be a good way. The one way that Japan also did was food. So you look at the food that you now find in common Japanese restaurants, they've become common. And this is the beauty about food. I mean, if you've got a way around food that you prepare, and you are able to package that, and imagine migrants. When we were in Madrid, my wife and I, we could only eat Lebanese food, being Muslim, and that pork is everywhere in Madrid. So it was a bit difficult. You either had McDonald's or you had Lebanese food. But one thing we noticed after we went to a few of these Lebanese restaurants was that they literally were serving you the same thing in different ways, because probably it's something that they learned how to cook. And you look at the Pakistanis as well. I remember when I was in Paris, I went down to downtown Paris, close to the Shakespeare, the old Shakespeare house. And then, so they've got like this alley, and then down that alley, like you could find a lot of Pakistani shops, and that's so I could buy something to eat. And a lot of the Pakistanis have done the same thing. You find a chapati, and then they'll put either a veg chapati, they'll just put some veggies in there, and a curry of some kind, and that. And that's something that the culinary that probably their mums and dads used to cook for them at home, and they brought it in wherever they're going around the world, right? So if you think of us, and I made the example of the dombolo, I was in Cameroon, and they call it a beignet. So it's Liguenya, actually, but they got a unique way of making it. It's like a gulab jamun, for those who know what that is. It's a small little thing, and they have it with red beans. It's quite nice. But then you kind of understand that, it's their little thing. But then I go to Santon, but I can't have Le Dombolo with a little bit of this and that is culinary that exists within South Africa. And that shouldn't be an out of the ordinary experience for me. It should be readily available within. So it goes back to the earlier point I made about us being embarrassed about our own culture. If we were not embarrassed with it, we would make sure that it is there within the restaurants, just in South Africa first. So as an entrepreneur, that's a unique opportunity, right? So figure out a way to containerize the dombolo and make it as popular as a cupcake, for example, and embedded within the norms of every day, and then export that, because the opportunities there are, one, the recipes of how to make it. Those who are in the cooking industry, then on your blogs, you can talk about it. You can then create an entire food industry around it from a catering perspective. I mean, think about it. The other day I was reading about, what is that thing called? man, I forget its name, but they make those raw Cinnabon. Yes, Cinnabon. Cinnabon only makes one product, Cinnabon. One thing. They've got over 600 stores in the world. One thing. One thing, fella, Cinnabon. That's all they make. They don't make a lot of other things. They just take dough, mix it up, add some sugar, add some sprinkle on it. There's no secret to it. You can do it at home, but they're a $1 billion business, and all they're selling you is cooked dough in the. That's it. Anybody can make a Cinnabon. That's it. That's it. So as an entrepreneur, and when you're buying into these things, take the everyday mundane and make them popular and palatable. You will build your own market. And that speaks to food a little bit if you consider that. So make Legwenya popular, make it acceptable, make it palatable. I want to mention there's a good restaurant, Manaka Coffee out in the polo fields. They actually make the best Legwenya type. They put some means kamocha. It's the bomb, I'm telling you. But yeah, just so it's one of those incorporations I'm talking about. So stuff like that, as entrepreneurs, look to do them quite more often. And then you look at entertainment. One thing that is popular from an entertainment perspective, I actually have a picture here. I'm just gonna show you that picture. Where are you? Picture? Where are you? Let's go here. Download. Well, this nice little picture, and I'm sure 90% of the people will recognize it. Let's do this. It's gonna come up just now. It should be visible. It should be visible? Yeah. So most of this, this guy was very important for me. As soon as he started playing at 4 o'clock, I knew the pot had to be on the stove, or hey, my mom was gonna be that day. I knew for a fact. So this is anime. It used to be odd thing, Mara. It is popular. It is popular. It is an industry. It is making money. It is supporting an economy. It is projecting culture. It is telling unique stories to about a people. It was mocked when it first started, but it is mainstream now. Anime is consumed all over the world. It was a unique way of doing animation. The reality is that, and I'll segue here into something else. I'll segue into something else as well. While on entertainment, Bollywood and Nollywood were laughed at. You know those Nollywood movies from Nigeria? They were laughed at. You could see the rope of Spider-Man when he was jumping, but it's $1 billion industry. It's an industry that is catapulting Nigeria higher and higher. And on the back of that, Netflix and everybody else are buying the rights to those very same Nollywood things that at some point people used to laugh. The same with Bollywood, dancing every other 5 seconds. But it was their way of telling their story uniquely. And they stuck to it. And look at it, $1 billion industries manufactured out of nowhere, entertainment their way. The challenge with us, we think our entertainment is inferior. I mean, it's not. Here's an example. Can we reimagine James Bond as a South African spy? Reimagine him. Maybe a spy in South Africa, Charles Kota at the corner there doesn't drive the fastest car, he drives a GTI. Why must he drive the DBS? In fact, why does he need a car? Maybe he takes a taxi. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he is a taxi driver. But we're not reimagining it. We are not reimagining it. As entertainers in the country, we are obsessed with, oh no, guns must fly everywhere. That's how entertainment is done. It's not the way it's done. It's how they're doing it. It's an American interpretation. It's a British interpretation. It is not a South African interpretation. And the reason why probably most of our stories don't catch on is because they're not authentic. They're not our stories to tell. You can't tell another person's story authentically. That's why we're failing. So our entertainment industry needs to understand that. Look at what they've done. Like I was talking about the anime, Bollywood and Nollywood. They told their stories in their way. They used to tell stories Kabuloi. Have you ever seen stories Kabuloi and then it makes money? We don't tell stories Kabuloi. Our grandparents can tell you stories Kabuloi young, and you will be scared to death. But we want to talk about the boogeyman. What's the boogeyman? What's the boogeyman? Pinky Pink is the way to go because that's the story we know, right? But the boogeyman. There's no boogeyman. What are you talking about? So what's happening is that by remaining true to our culture and our stories, we create something that is emotive, that we connect to. And when we connect to it in the heart, Listen, people make decisions with their mind, but they act because of their heart. People act because of the way they feel, not because of what they think. That is why when you go to buy a car, they open it up for you, they let you sit in, put your feet in the pedals. That is why there's dressing rooms. So that you put it on, you turn around, you feel something, because once you feel, you will act. You will act because you're feeling something. When you feel fearful, you close up. Even if you know Pinky Pinky is not real, but just in your mind, when there is that belief that you are seeing Pinky Pinky or Pinky Pinky is around you, you close up because you're fearful. You feel it, and then you act the way you feel. When you feel like, you know what, this girl is the best girl in the world, and you're in love, and everything is heightened, you will act a certain way, even though you are seeing certain things, but you will act because of the way you feel. So feelings are important. We need to tell stories that we connect to. And the stories that we connect to are the stories of culture, of all of those that are important to us. The beauty about it is you have YouTube, you have Twitch, you have you have. All you can do is, even as I'm talking to you right now, I can create that story. It doesn't have to be high budget. Nollywood was not high budget. If there is anything that we learned from Nigeria, is that Nollywood was not high budget. Nollywood was 2 or 3 guys trying to do that. They would change the mouth. That's how it started. And people laughed. And today it is making and driving the Nigerian economy. Today it is palatable, it is acceptable, it is consumed everywhere in the world. And right now, the Latin Americans are doing the same thing. You will notice that particularly around Disney stories that are being told, they're telling mythical stories from where? From Latin America. We have mystical stories, not Black Panther. We have mystical stories of our own to tell. But we are not telling those mystical stories of our own because we are embarrassed to tell those stories. What are we embarrassed about? What is there to be embarrassed about in the stories that we have as a people? We must tell those mystical stories. We must. And in telling them, we preserve them, we ensure their continuity. And hey, if you make some money while doing it, all the better, right? So we need to then look at that. So whether you create your own YouTube channel to start, and then you start telling those stories. If you can animate, start animating. There's a guy, Noko Mashaba. I used to love listening to Noko's skits that he used to do. And I loved it because, number one, so I enjoyed the language. I got to interact with the language on a different level. And his animation was unique. His animation style was unique, you know? And I remember there was something, Super Strikers. I remember I used to love going and reading Super Strikers. It was relatable. It was about Jomo and Mbazo. And so it was stuff that I could relate to. So I consumed it. And that is how we build that industry and we leverage from that. And we learn that from Japan.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, there's feedback. I'm not going on mute for a bit.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Hey, yazini. I always talk a lot, but I'm speechless. This is the longest time I've ever sat and listened. I always just sit and listen with you, and it's just so amazing. Thank you so much. The level of insight you have, and the examples, real life examples that you making everything so palatable, so tangible, so relatable as well, and just everything that you are unpacking for us. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I do have, we're gonna go on a short little break right about now, but I do have a question with regards to stuff that you actually have brought up, and you spoke about identity. As you started, you spoke about our African identity, and in this particular, as Black people. Yo, you done start something. You done start something. So here is, it's a whole myriad of questions, but here is my question. Is that looking at how we as Black people are apologetic about our culture as Black I'm like, sure, I don't know why this has touched me so deeply. I know this is a professional, it's a masterclass, it's a session, it's a mix. Sure, it has touched me in the most profound ways. So looking at how you said culture is void of race, okay? And you're looking at identity in particular. And for me, the question is what informs identity? Let's take it back a bit. Historically, this oppression, suppression, whatever, fundamentally at its core was designed in terms of psychological warfare. That it is what it was about. And as Steve Biko puts it very beautifully, that the most potent weapon the oppressor could ever have is the mind of the oppressed. And I'm looking at, particularly in terms of what you are unpacking, and I'm looking at the Black inferiority complex and how we don't embrace our own culture. So this is about shifting a particular mindset, I suppose, in terms of, because by rejecting our culture, in essence, we are rejecting who we are, in a sense that it can be and sold and commodified by someone else and sold back to us. So you've touched on such an amazing point. And just two things before we go on our little break. Just two questions for you. The first one being, what is more popular, Amagwinya or Fedcook? The second one being, why do we as Black people have white weddings and traditional weddings? That is it. I'm holding it back for now, and we shall continue henceforth. We'll be back with Mr. Kagiso Malema. Absolutely amazing stuff. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucky Deru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you.
All right. We are back again. Startup Business Festival. Gamo Cindy Zaza. I was gonna Gabadella. I love my culture. Um, I've been called out on a couple of things. So thank you, Mr. Kagiso. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I took a bit of inventory as well in terms of how I celebrate or don't celebrate my culture with regards to who I am in my essence, in my being, and being proud of those things. So, Startup Business Festival, we're talking all things cultural entrepreneurship this week. And please don't forget to follow us on our Instagram, on our Twitter, on our socials. I don't know about Mixit. Maybe we still have that. I don't know. But Startup Business Fest 21 or hashtag Thrive. And that's what our operative word for this month is. And we are back with Mr. Kagiso Malema, just a wealth of information. You know, when they say when an elder dies, a whole library burns down. I'm not saying you're going to die, God bless. I'm just saying you are just a wealth of so much information and knowledge, and your critical, analytical, and strategic thinking skills are absolutely phenomenal. So before the break, I had asked you two questions. First one being, what is more popular between Vetkoek and Amagunya? That's the first question, and why? Whatever the answer is, why? And the second question is, why do we, as Black people, mostly as Black people, have white weddings and traditional weddings?
So let me start at the end, right? So if you look at the wedding phenomena, if I remember correctly, and I'm open to correction on this one, in those good old days, when Bantustans existed, you were not married unless you were married the white way. So white weddings were the formal way of being married in the church and having a minister, ordained minister, preside over you. That's where you were married formally as part of the government's requirement. And then obviously in an attempt a beautiful attempt actually, to hold on to culture and to preserve it, we held out for lobola and the traditional way of wedding. So that is actually a great example of how hanging on to that piece of culture has resulted in this duality of having the traditional one and then having the white wedding as we would regard it, with the minister presiding, and then having the two dualities. It creates two scenarios. One, we feel that just having lobola and your traditional wedding is not sufficient. That's sad, very sad, because it means that we have demoted our culture and our way of unifying families to being secondary. It's very sad. Honestly, there's no. It's pitiful. In fact, maybe that's the word I should use. It's pitiful. You have a friend of mine who works at it's called Meta now at Facebook. He was getting married now in Mexico, so flew from UK to Mexico to get married. And they did the traditional Mexican way of getting married. He was sending me pictures. And even before he left, and I begged him, I said, please, tell me you want to have a traditional Mexican ceremony. And that's now he regards himself as being married because he did the Mexican marriage, not because he signed in the UK. That, to him, he wasn't married until he went home and did that. To us, we are not married until you're in a white flowing gown and they say and they sing "Here Comes the Bride," not "Twang Twang Twang Liboning." That to us is not sufficient. It's very sad and it's very pitiful that is not enough. It creates this problem wherein financially weddings are now becoming unaffordable. You understand? It's creating that because yes, you're gonna do lobola. Now you must have two outfits, one for the traditional and one for the white wedding and all of that. So now you must create these things. So in essence, one costs you 80,000 rands and the other costs you 80,000 rands. You spend 160,000 rands instead of that. So you are in debt. And most people finance that using credit. So the banks are very happy about that, by the way. I see they're actually now offering you lobola loans and all of that. And then the odd thing is you still need to propose to the girl, right? So you still need to go and buy that ring. And then the Western way of thinking is that the ring must be X times your monthly salary or whatever that story is. So you must take out a loan to buy the ring. You must take out a loan for the lobola. You must take out the loan for the ceremony. You must take out a loan for the white wedding. So by the time you're done and you're married, you're 250,000 rands in the red. What a way to start a family. Well, anyway, but there are other ways that families start weddings traditionally that we've abandoned. You know, A wedding generally was person A brings this, person B brings this, person C brings that. This one buys you dishes, this one buys you that, to help the newlyweds to start out. Right now, it's something that is completely different. So for me, it's a pity thing. It's a real shame. Personally, when I got married, I didn't have a white wedding. I didn't care much for it. For me personally, I didn't. We went home, we did the things. I went to the uncle and I said, "Hey, that's the girl, Baba. Let's try." We drove, we did the things, and then that was it. It's simple. It's simple. It's not complex. It's simple. I didn't spend a cent above 12,000 rand. I think my entire thing, including the dress, 12,000 at most 20 grand. That's it. And I paid out of it from cash and then moved into it. Like my life went on. I didn't get out of that shit out of that thing with debt. So that's the challenge around that. So I think it's about inferiority. Then you go to whether Makwenya versus Fed Cook. Look, I think it's about the circles that you run in. You would find if you run into a blended circle that has got a lot of Indian and white friends in it, you probably get a Fed Cook more than you get Ligwenya. So that's probably something you can run a survey on Twitter or a poll, and then you probably get different answers. That would be very interesting to see. But it's a language thing, right? The reality is that I've noticed. A typical example is this discussion we're having right now, right? We could be having it in any other language, but we are using a medium. So both you and I have come from a different medium and we've converged as a certain medium. So the Fed Cook Makwenya discussion also converges at the medium. And being as accommodative as we are as Africans, we obviously leave our way and then we adopt our guest's way. And that is why we find the language thing happening. So that's my view. That's my opinion. Like I said, like we were talking about it, you have to de-racialize culture, but then understand that the language comes in. And it actually speaks to what I was going to talk to around what the Arabs have done around language. And part of what the Arabs have done is they preserved their language. Part of it has got to do with Islam and the religion and how those two married together. But that language preservation, what it has done is it creates a base of commonality for them, which is something that we as South Africans in general, we don't have a common language. We don't have that. So we always move between languages. We always move between languages. I mean, I grew up Zulu one moment and then Sesotho, then mixing and matching it. But that's who we are. That's how adaptive we are, and that creates the adaptability. But everybody wants to preserve their language. I made an example about the Afrikaner culture and how they preserve their language. And part of that was they aggressively defend their language to remain in institutions of higher language learning. They look after the schools that primarily instruct in their language. I don't know how many millionaires and multimillionaires and billionaires we have as Black people, but I haven't seen a lot of effort around education that protects indigenous languages. I was reading either on Twitter or somewhere that there's this one lady who is the last native Khoi speaker, and I felt so sad. I'm like, that's one language with its beauty and diversity that is found nowhere else, and no neighboring language anywhere else in the world but in South Africa. We cannot let it die down. We cannot let it die out. And so when it comes to the language and the preservation and the transmission of language, I really think that the model that the Afrikaners have followed is exemplary in the South African context. It's exemplary by the other things in the past. But, post 1994, to go on and build a university, it's admirable. I mean, you got to put all these other things aside. It's admirable that you've embedded it into universities, you're building that, you've embedded it into schools. A child can go from creche all the way to university and get a degree being instructed in Afrikaans. They can. So what it means is you are writing literature in that language, you're preserving it. The other thing is you're creating entertainment in the language. Remember GateNet? When they did Mnet, they had GateNet and Seven Delan and all of that. And I'm using them because they're close comparatives to ours, not to bash or anything like that. It's purely using them as our nearest cousins and proximity and pure admiration, honestly, for what they have done. Is to say that there is that. So what's not happening is we are not, for example, Puke, University of Northwest, we're not forcing that Setswana be there. Why are we not advocating for that? Why are we not building institutions? Here's the beauty about what they did. If you look at the Afrikaners in particular, they didn't take anything from anybody else and convert it to their own. They built it, right? They took whatever they could and built it. So what we are not inherently doing well as Black people right now, not to distract from the discussion, is building that. So education and entrepreneurship around education becomes very important. How do we build this education that preserves that culture around language? But it becomes also important in the context of entertainment and art. Language then becomes important. So how do we get that kind of thing? I forgot, they call it Wakalanyonin. I may be saying it wrong, but it's an old story that used to play on SABC One. How do we get that on Netflix? How do we get that on Netflix the same way that French shows are available on Netflix? It's one of the shows that I remember from way back when. Lisilo is one of the shows that were done in things. They're old productions. We can reproduce them, or we can just take those on. How do we get those onto Netflix? How do we get those onto that? And how do we change the dialogue in our shows so that there is like 20% English and 80% everything else, right? Like Movango at the beginning. I remember Movango when it started. Like I was like, yo, me and subtitles. And you picked up a few things here and there, right? So how do we move into that? That as a people, our culture, we're that comfortable with it. But that's where the opportunities are as an entrepreneur, right? It means you can look at a script, you can look at stories, like, Butselane Lidimu from way back when and all of that, and look at how do you interpret all of those stories and preserve language within the stories and then carry it forward. But it also means you're writing, right? Like scholarly writing, educational material in the language and all of that. As an entrepreneur, that's an opportunity. Tutoring is an opportunity as well if you're an entrepreneur that is into that. So you could start a tutoring service that focuses on African languages. I will pay for it. I will pay. I will pay to come. You come my house to teach. I'll pay. If you're out there and you started, hit me up. I'll pay. And I've got 100 other people that I work with that will pay for you to teach them and their kids Sesotho, Sepedi, isiZulu. They are there. We will pay, right? So it's an opportunity if you are into language that way. It's an opportunity for you to partner with private schools, your pedagogy schools, your Saint Watwat and Mang. I don't want to drop names. It's an opportunity. Go to them. Say, hey, I've got a bachelor's degree I've got a BA degree in what. I have designed this children's curriculum for Sesotho. Can I come in every other day to read stories to your kids in Sesotho? This is my fee. It will be an extra class. The parents can choose to pay for it. They charge us for judo. They charge us for a lot of things, guys. If you went to these private schools, I'm telling you, we are there. We will pay. And you say, all you will do is you will teach our children, fairy tales in Sesotho, Sepedi, isiZulu, isiXhosa. You just come there, you sit there, and you read those stories. There's this lady, Mamnandi, she used to read on SABC, she used to tell those stories. You do something similar to that. You come to the school, we pay, let's say we pay, I don't know, 300 rands a term, 400 rands a term. We're paying a hell of a lot more than that, but I'm just saying that we will pay, right? 400 rands a term, you get 3-4 kids to come through, maybe it grows to 10, you go to different schools on different days. That's income. I mean, let's just assume, and now I'm going to name drop. So you got St. John's, you got St. Stephen's, you got Red Hill, you have Rodin, you have St. David Maris Brothers, you have St. Anne's, you have St. Andrews, I'm at 7, I'm not done. Okay, so now I'm at 7 schools that are big schools, right? And then let's assume you get 10 kids in each of those schools. That's 70 kids, right? That's 70 kids. If we make it 100, just to round it up, let's say you got 100 kids and then you're charging 500 bucks a term, that's 4,000 rands a term. No, is it 4,000? No, times 10, 40,000 rands a term.
Matt.
Yeah. But the
Yes,
numbers are there, right? You understand me,
yes,
guys, right? The numbers are there. The numbers are there. And then you can go to Ekuleni as well, and then you can go wherever. Now, here's the kicker, right? If you make it virtual, if you make it on Teams, you make it virtual, the numbers move from that 100 and they become like this. You know that song, Make the Circle Bigger? You're making it bigger.
okay.
And you're working on one thing, fella, language. That's it. That's it, guys. That's a clear-cut opportunity right there. And I
Wow.
want the royalties, ne?
Sir, I'm already there. I'm like, yeah, no appointment, a consultation. I'll be there. No, okay. Talking about making the circle bigger. Where can people stalk you, find you, and stalk you? Because I want to stalk you. Not in a
Okay,
creepy
so
way. Yes,
I'm
'cause we are.
primarily on two platforms that you can find me at.
Yeah.
On Twitter, I use MathMind, and then on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is probably like those are primarily the two platforms that I'm in.
All
So
right.
MathMind is my Twitter handle. Those are the two primary platforms. Steady Internet, there's just too much noise. That's where I'm at. That's where you can find me. Just before I close, Nessie, I see I'm running out of time. Just before I dash. Okay, so just the last part around who we are as a people, right? We are storytellers. Let us not deviate from that. We are storytellers. We are orators. We speak. We don't write as much. We speak. Radio from the good old days. Now there's this thing called what is it called? Spaces on Twitter. We can host a space. You know, in the radio, I think they still do. I don't listen to the radio much, but you used to get those stories on Mgala no Nene and Phala Phala FM, and then at this time, like at 5 minutes now with voice dramatizations and stuff like that. Why doesn't someone bring that into spaces? Come on, guys, you know, just act it out on spaces, or do short audio clips and post them and stuff like that. That's also very nice, and it's oratory, right? So you don't need to act; you just play out that we are. Did I say signers? I meant to say singers.
Yeah, we are
Sorry.
signers. It's okay.
Signature,
Inclusivity.
yes.
Like signature. No, signing ownership. We're
So,
signing those. Yes, yes. So we
so
are wrapping up, right?
yes, and we are performers. So let us take all these attributes that we know we are, and then leverage those and the spaces that we have created, right? And don't go alone. Bring others for the journey. Don't be greedy, and you'll see you'll succeed. So yeah, that's it from me. So yeah, you can contact me there. I'm more than happy to engage.
Salutations, salutations, salutations. Thank you so much, Mr. Kagiso Malema. Always fantastic. Just one of the most brilliant minds I know. Thank you for joining us at home. We've had a fantastic one. Mr. Kagiso, see you later. Hi, Zainab.
There's a new kid on the block. Hashtag Robia Farms.
speak now or forever hold the peace.
My role here at TBC, which is the business clinic, is facility and security. What is security? I take care of the assets here, and it's a beautiful environment. I am responsible for things that are urgent, like your plugs, your asset. Basically, I would say these things are assets because they're available. They make the TBC to function. They are the backbone, actually, of TBC. So I'm responsible for gadgets, for the cameras, for everything that is in this house. I'm responsible for it. And my role is to make sure that everything is working properly, the before and after, that it has been returned to me and it is in a good condition. Sometimes you might say something is good only to find that it's good on the outside, but inside it's not functioning properly. So both words have to be intertwined. It has to be good in functioning. It has to be in good condition. So that's my role here at TBC, which is the business clinic.
Hi, I am the executive assistant here at the business clinic. I think I do quite a lot of things, quite a lot of different things that maybe might not comprise what a EA does in particular. But for one, in my natural role, I just help assist not just executive, the CEO, but also the other parts of the team. Just try and assisting them into being a well-oiled machine and making sure that they don't miss meetings, making sure to schedule meetings, sometimes following up on activities, and just making sure that everybody knows what's happening, what they need to do, getting them prepared for events potentially that we have, etc., and just connecting the dots sometimes where there's a missing link. And I think apart from just that, I also walk in sometimes and I'm a presenter. I put on my presenter hat, and I do presenting for the 4IR Aquatech news segment that just gets slots into our 4IR Aquatech masterclasses. And it's super awesome coming in and being able to be a presenter, because I've always been a presenter and I've always loved to speak, and speaking's been my thing, and getting people informed and letting people know things, I've always love doing that, and it's actually really fantastic being able to do that. And I think I love the ability to be agile and dynamic, that you're not just coming into the workplace and wearing one hat and doing one thing every day, but in my nature, I love change, I love being dynamic, I love openness, I love being able to wear different hats. It helps me, my growth, and exercising all a lot of skills that I have, and growing more skills and getting better at certain things that I might not have been better at, that I didn't even know I could do. And I love the openness, and I love the challenge that comes with it, and the triumph that comes as you face the challenge.
So my role in the business clinic is quite simple to explain, but quite intricate to delve into. It's business advisory. So we are really looking into capacitating entrepreneurs and making them better than what they are when they come in. So those responsibilities really delve around advisory, they delve around strategy, they delve around certain tactics that we can put into the business model, or making the business model better. So it's really much one that has to come in with a huge barrage of knowledge so that it can be tailor-made to each and every one of those different entrepreneurs. So I guess in a nutshell, that explains who I am professionally within the business clinic.
Yes, my roles and responsibilities. I'm the community manager for the business clinic. It primarily entails looking after the space.
one, in my natural role, I just help assist not just executive, the CEO, but also the other parts of the team. Just try and assisting them into being a well-oiled machine and making sure that they don't miss meetings, making sure to schedule meetings, sometimes following up on activities, and just making sure that everybody knows what's happening, what they need to do, getting them prepared for events potentially that we have, etc., etc., and just connecting the dots sometimes where there's a missing link. And I think apart from just that, I also walk in sometimes and I'm a presenter. I put on my presenter hat, and I do presenting for the 4IR Aquatech new segment that just gets slots into our 4IR Aquatech masterclasses. And it's super awesome coming in and being able to be a presenter, because I've always been a presenter and I've always loved to speak, and speaking's been my thing, and getting people informed and letting people know things. I've always love doing that, and it's actually really fantastic being able to do that. And I think I love the ability to be agile and dynamic, that you're not just coming into the workplace and wearing one hat and doing one thing every day, but in my nature I love change, I love being dynamic, I love openness, I love being able to wear different hats. It helps me, my growth, and exercising all my a lot of skills that I have, and growing more skills and getting better at certain things that I might not have been better at, that I didn't even know I could do. And I love the openness, and I love the challenge that comes with it, and the triumph that comes as you face the challenge.
So my role in the business clinic is quite simple to explain, but quite intricate to delve into. It's business advisory. So we are really looking into capacitating entrepreneurs and making them better than what they are when they come in. So those responsibilities really delve around advisory, they delve around strategy, they delve around certain tactics that we can put into the business model, or making the business model better. So it's really much one that has to come in with a huge barrage of knowledge, so that it can be tailor-made to each and every one of those different entrepreneurs. So I guess in a nutshell, that explains who I am professionally within the business clinic.
Yes, my roles and responsibilities. I'm the community manager for the business clinic. That primarily entails looking after the space, management of the space, of course, management of stakeholders and people in the space as well, making sure that the community is thriving, and making sure that the temperature of the community is good. And then I handle incubation and platforms for the SRT groups. That means now, in terms of people that we incubate, handle programs that we have, management of stakeholders as well comes into play, and then platforms as well, digital tools that we have, making sure that everyone has the tools that they need to actually be productive.
I am the Strategic Projects Coordinator as well as the Fundraising Coordinator here at the ICOD Group and the Business Clinic. It's my job to ensure that we create exciting structures within our different projects. We run projects like entrepreneurship development,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. We are very honored to actually have our 4-Hour Architect podcast here. We'll be in conversation with Mr. Nkululeko Mtembu. How are you doing, sir?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I just want to check if we can just get good audio here.
Cool.
Awesome stuff. Where are you connecting from, Nkululeko?
I'm connecting from Durban.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. No, super stuff, man. Thank you so much for making time to chat with us. The 4-Hour Aquatech podcast really looks at, engaging deeply with entrepreneurs, innovators who are doing amazing things in the nexus of water, food, and energy. And I'm very much, thrilled and honored to have you as our guest for this particular segment. This will basically be a communication and just engaging a little bit on your entrepreneurial journey. And I think if you can just do us the honors and just briefly introduce yourself, and who is Nkululeko Mtembu?
Cool. So I'm hearing myself type. Is that part of the process?
Okay, are you hearing yourself?
Yes, I'm getting feedback. Okay.
Okay, let me just. Is it okay now?
Let me try it out.
How
Yes,
is it?
still getting some feedback. And how's it sounding now?
Okay, you on my side.
Okay, cool. That's brilliant. I think this is far better. As a way of introduction, I am Nkululeko Mtembu, based down in Durban. Surprisingly, a former Joburger that moved down to Durban about 6 years ago, and I have no plans of coming back. But outside of that, tinkering around the space of the maritime industry. So essentially looking at how we can digitize sort of asset management and infrastructure and preventative maintenance in the maritime space. Yeah, that's me.
Awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. I'm very much interested in just delving deep into your upbringing in Joburg. I mean, I know that you don't want to come back. Joburg has lost a citizen. Not a loss to us. Please just take me through, growing up, primary school and in high school. How was that for you?
Cool. So I hail from East Rand, Kurleni, Sanot Park to be more specific. And yeah, I just sort of went through that whole process. I'm a former Witsi, so went to Wits business, Wits school. And over the weekends, because I wasn't a cool guy at the time, essentially went through to Wits language school. So that's how I spent my weekends on campus. And then I learned French, I learned Mandarin. Yeah, then after that stint, how do I put it? I just did my own thing, So during lectures, I would have clients and whatever the case is, and I'd have to meet people during lectures. So I would ask a classmate to take notes, and then I would ride gig paramedics, and I would go grab a taxi, go meet a client, and then come back, connect with that classmate, and then I would sort of get the notes for the day. So I think it was just a natural progression, really. And eventually, in about 15, found myself in Durban, and that's how things turned out, really.
No, man, that's fascinating. Very, very fascinating. I love the Mandarin and the French. Actually, what inspired that move? Actually.
Cool. So it was the natural realization that I like if you think about when people refer to the United States, they refer to it as a country, right? They say that this is a beautiful country, but when you look at the seismic volume on the space of the continent, you realize that it's actually a continent, right? But the affinity that people place around the United States, even though the USA, is that it is a country, but it's more of a continent. And so inherently, when I started looking at that and I cast it back into the continent, it was like, you know what, we've got 55 African countries, and like operating from a very sort of country or locale or regional base doesn't really serve us as a continent. And that's when I said, you know what, and this was what I think at the time I was about 23, and I made a decision that I'm definitely going to go outside of SA's borders. I'm going to transact, obviously, on across the continent, and then that inspired the French continent, the French bits. When you start looking at francophone countries and what happens across the continent. More so, from a Mandarin side, is that it's the most spoken language across the world. Purely by numbers, obviously, but also in terms of looking at the deal flow that comes in and out of the continent. It might seem contentious now, but it's a very functional language, and that's what inspired. So the ability to trade outside of South Africa's borders.
Wow, man, that's really, really, really fascinating. And just take me through high school. How was it? Were you one of those entrepreneurial young people on the school playground, primary school and secondary school? Just take me through that.
Cool. So I went through 3 high schools, believe it or not. So the first one was obviously based on locale. And it's about I participated in sports. Athletics team essentially was actually part of all the sort of track and field events except the 100 meters. So I wasn't the cool guy that ran the fastest. But it was generally just like shot put, javelin, all of that stuff. And then a friend of mine from a different high school invited me over to their high school, and um, like at the time, I think it was marching band. Like they were the marching band and stuff. So the movie, the drum line, and all of that stuff. So then I went across and I watched them, and then having watched them, I was like, "Mom, I want to go to that school." It was an all boys schools. It was literally a former army school. Yeah, and that's when I learned ideas of music. I got involved in the band. I got involved in rugby at some stage, and literally did all sports that I could at the time. And then I moved across to another high school, and this was more of a co-ed um, boarding school. So yeah, and there it's like you literally learn how to survive, right? So it's like you trade in oats, you trade in noodles, you trade in canned beef. So your grocery becomes a common.
That is fascinating. Very, very fascinating. I love this. I mean, I love how this story is actually coming alive. So I see the entrepreneurial bug, trading with your fellow schoolmates, basically with whatever you have. It became a commodity to a large extent. I understand. So, would you say the entrepreneurship, sort of entrepreneurial bug, you caught it, and could you say it's something from the family side? Is it somebody in your family who was in the space as well?
Cool. So my mom, and literally my old man passed on when I was 5 years old, and my mom literally took on the whole responsibility of bringing me up. And you're right. I think it's just that when I sort of see her life in the way that she sort of brought me up, it's a simple case of she trusted me first and foremost. In other words, having gone through school, having gone through university and all that stuff, she just trusted me to figure stuff out myself. And having figured stuff out myself, I mean, the prize giving and all that stuff, she was confident in my ability to get things done. And with that, I think at some stage, she also got very sort of involved in some of her work as well. So um, she opened up her own eatery. She got involved in her own sort of furniture and manufacturing company, and all of that stuff, right? And as a child, you're growing up and you're seeing all of this stuff, and you're the one that gets all the spare change at the end of the day, And she gave me the small tasks of doing this, doing that, and based on that, you sort of grow up and you're thinking, okay, so if you gain the ability to sort of identify a task, you understand the reward, and you understand a routine to getting that reward, and creating somewhat of a value proposition there. So when I immediately moved out of high school, in fact, while I was going into high school, I was doing measly tasks, running around, doing things, and she would occasionally reward me for stuff. And by the time I came out of high school at the age of 18, I inherently knew that, there's this thing called varsity, but before that, there's these things that one can get up to. in their spare time.
Take me through basically I'm in the school band, so I'd love to actually hear how that experience was for you, because I've got a bit of a band and orchestra kind of a background as well. So take me through that experience for you, and maybe some of the key lessons that experience taught you.
Cool. So I will admit, the reason why I wanted to join the band is because, just standing there. So my first experience before even deciding to want to go to the school was just seeing these various different instruments coming alive and performing, and the movement and the glowing of the light on these brass instruments and all of that stuff. I mean, I found that incredibly exciting. And so that was the why I even decided to get to the school. But when you're sort of in there, firstly, it teaches you discipline, right? So in the idea that you are sort of marching and you're coordinating yourself, and it also just teaches you the idea of listening, because you can like learning a musical instrument sort of like it orientates yourself across the world, right? So it orientates you across what else someone else is playing. You can hear where you're when you're not playing well, and it sort of brings about an idea of empathy, because I mean the idea that you're playing in an audience and in a room of people, and people celebrate your success or celebrate you playing is phenomenal, right? So there's that positive reinforcement that happens there. But outside of that, you soon learn to sort of play within a different context, right? So you're either marching. If not marching, you are playing in a concert band. If you're not concert band, you're playing in a jazz band. So then what's also sort of chuckling is that I didn't play the sort of coolest instrument. I played the tuba, which is the biggest sort of right. So
Yeah.
tubas aren't necessarily the cool guys, and they are, they're essentially the guys that just are the not coolest. But what you learn from that is, now when you start thinking about music, like it's the bass, it's the beats, it's the tempo, it's the consistency of that sort of heartbeat function that actually keeps things going. And that's when, while you might not be playing the most important instrument, or not the coolest instrument, but you're actually playing a very important role. And that's what I learned about teamwork and collaboration.
And that's incredible. I mean, I love the tuba. Actually, I think it's a phenomenal instrument, and I just love the bass line that actually comes from from the tuba. And I love how basically you've outlined empathy, as one of the key sort of attributes that basically you can actually harness through a band experience, discipline, and so forth. How do you see these characteristics? Are you seeing some of these qualities actually? Are they relevant in any way in what you're doing today?
100%. I see it in the way that, like as an entrepreneur, the natural approach to life is not necessarily based on a sort of, what I'm going to be an entrepreneur, I'm going to be cutting my teeth, and whatever the case is. It's a considered approach first and foremost. It's understanding that insofar as you are this, your sort of relevance and your value is based on playing this singular role and playing it well, and understanding that there's a bigger part to this whole thing, right? So it brings about the whole idea of an ecosystem, right? It's equally understanding the idea that routine, insofar as it like you sort of build, and you build this expertise, and you build this credence, and you build a strong ability to master this singular role and this singular facet, and then you sort of move across, and then you contribute meaningfully to a broader sort of picture. And so that is what I've learned about these things. In terms of empathy, it's in the way that you sort of address your clientele, in the way that you approach people, in the way that you understand, and in the sense that you listen. Again, the idea of music is that while you might be playing, you might not necessarily be sounding well and sound good. and so you sort of have a heightened sense of listening, and that's what brings about the empathy. There's a strong consideration of environment. There's a strong consideration of the sectors. There's a strong consideration of what other people are doing, strong consideration of what other players and what other external factors might actually come back into you as a small enterprise.
Wow, man, that's fascinating. And I'm very much interested in understanding what drives you as an individual.
Cool. So I think it's primarily systemic change. It's the idea. So I saw this campaign. In fact, a few minutes before we hopped onto this, I saw a campaign that is being run by sort of one of the biggest or agencies in the country, right? And they're trying to demystify a certain perception in terms of how something is viewed, and in the way that they delivered it, it's phenomenal. And that's what it is. What drives me is systemic change. What drives me is the ability to progress moving forward. What drives me is an inherent need and the desire to bring about systemic change. It's the idea that are people realizing their full potential? Are people realizing their ability to contribute meaningfully to society? And it's just creating avenues, and it's creating ventures, and it's creating sort of opportunities to do that, and to realize that everyone is important, and to really contribute to that narrative. And this is why I got involved in some of the biggest sort of industry, and in fact the oldest industries in the world.
Wow, man, that's amazing, amazing, amazing. I love systemic change, and I think Gandhi would be very happy with you. That you actually are looking to make the world a better place through the innovations that you're actually developing. Let's actually go to entrepreneurs, and growing up and seeing your mom and being inspired by the work that she did, and basically how she introduced you to the game, in a very cool and easy way. Who actually inspires you as an entrepreneur?
This is the thing, right? So it's not a singular person. So you sort of gravitate and you naturally grow into the sorts of people that you aspire to be. But I essentially tussle between either side. So from a creative side, I tussle between an architect. His name is Sir David Ajayi, doing phenomenal stuff. So he's an architect. He ascends in terms of scale. So he builds small products all the way through building massive museums. So from a museum side, that is, and from an architecture and a creative side, that's also another thing. In terms of creating narratives, there is Tyler Brule, who is responsible for the Monaco magazine. And I mean, just that, so as an entrepreneur, I've learned, and this is a critical lesson, is that insofar as you are building phenomenal products, services, and ventures, there's an uncanny ability, there's an important ability to be able to build a narrative. In other words, as fundamentally addressing the why you start things, fundamentally addressing the how this is of value to other people, and that becomes the narrative side. And then from a hardcore sort of business accounting, business science perspective, it would be the former chairperson of the MTN group, whose name is Putumantlego. And in the way that he built a former South African sort of company into a colossal African conglomerate, and those are sort of the three people that sort of lend themselves to me, and equally I lend myself to them in the way that they think, and whatever the case is, and just understanding that the instigator of all this thing would be my mom. But yeah.
I love this. I love this. You know what I love about, just the examples of the entrepreneurs and innovators who inspire you is the vastness and, the different sectors that they operate in. Maybe talk to sort of interdisciplinary engagement, because sometimes I've found that one of the key challenges that we see in the sector is sort of silo thinking. And if I'm in a particular space, I cannot actually find inspiration from other spaces. And I see how, from the people that you just, outlined, they're completely different, and they're not necessarily from one particular sector. Maybe talk to that.
Cool. So 100%, you're right. So as a singular being, right, you need to sort of break yourself down and operationally view yourself, right? So what does an HR department look like? What does finance look like? What does what does being a COO look like, right? Because as a small outfit, you potentially are sort of stretching yourself thinly across all of these various functions. And one of the few ways to really construct an organization is to sort of say, you know what, if I were to be an HR person, what would I like to see come out of that? If I am operating from a chief operating officer role, what would I like to see come out of that? From a CTO perspective, from a technology perspective, what would I like to see out of that? And that sort of then lends yourself as a sort of business owner, business founder, or concept founder into wanting to seek that. And the best way that I've learned is to sort of look at different individuals and how they operate differently. And so multidisciplinary sort of means that, you know what, you've got a sort of broad band of skills that exist within an organization. And transdisciplinary sort of speaks about how they work well, right? So it's sort of being like a T-shaped person, right? So you've got to and this is what I've learned about having to become sort of founding an organization, is that you have a narrow band of multiple hats, right? So you're doing various functions at any given time, you're fulfilling certain roles, but you also need the singular deep skill, and that's what defines you. And so this is why being transdisciplinary and operating in a sort of multidisciplinary environment actually aids a lot of sort of endeavors and ventures that you might have.
Wow, man. The entrepreneurial game, is quite complex, and especially given that we're navigating very challenging, times, and it's been really challenging for a lot of entrepreneurs. How would you? We know we talk about thriving, right, and being able to be comfortable in navigating the unknown. What has been your formula in navigating the current space that we're finding ourselves? Business models have changed across the board. Even big businesses have found themselves, ill prepared to actually face the future. So, as startups, as entrepreneurs, how have you, ensured that you can still be able to thrive in chaos?
Cool. So it's fundamentally about being the signal in the noise, right? It's the idea that there's a lot. There's, like you said, there's chaos that's going out there. There's a lot of people who are coming out with, and it's like it's chaotic. There's a lot of noise, and what I've learned to do is to dial down on that noise and to just fundamentally understand my value system as an individual, and foremost how that translates into the people that I work with, and how that represents itself in the organization that I've sort of been responsible for and built. And what that then does is that, what, irregardless of what happens outside there, you sort of crafting a sort of a strong, and you're being guided by a narrative and your own value system. And what that narrative and value system lends itself to is then a sort of crafting your sort of individual path across this chaos. So one of the few things that we've learned to fundamentally do is to aspire to be a part of the sort of healing process of this incredibly abrasive time. So having looked at the situation in the country, and it's bruising, So one of the things that we've learned to do is to have empathy in the way that we build things, in the way that we sort of operate with people. So it's the simple question of, when you call someone haphazardly, it's the simple ask of, is this a good time to chat to you? You know, and oftentimes we find that, some folks would be like, you know what, no, call me 5 minutes later, 5 minutes back. But I think what we've been able to do, you just using that simple tool, is to discern whether or not people are in a good space, or to discern whether or not people are in a well enough space to talk and land our idea and our message and so forth. So another thing that we've learned to do as an organization is to sort of tailor make everything to personalize everything to the many sort of actors and the stakeholders that we deal with. And that's what we've come to learn over this difficult time. So having a strong value system, but also understanding that the value system is not rigid, right? So it's like using the metaphor of a tree, that insofar as you do have a broad and a sort of strong trunk, you don't necessarily want to be hard, because if the wind comes through it, like, it will literally break you. But sort of having a sort of lax sort of approach, somewhat, and then being able to sort of go with the flow in not so many ways. Yeah.
I love what you're saying, about that the importance of value systems, developing that strong value system and understanding how that can help you collaborate more effectively with people, but also the mindfulness, just ensuring that it's not just your way, but also being able to use the tool. I love the tool that you are actually highlighting. Just not pitching your idea. You find that it's a great idea, but perhaps the timing is not correct, for the person that you're trying to pitch that idea to. I love how simple it is, but yet how profound, it is. I'm always very much fascinated and interested to understand how people got to work in the spaces that they're working in. How did you land up, working in this really fascinating space?
Cool. So on my end, it's literally there are these three images that someone took of me. So I came down to the city a couple of years ago, and I had this sort of aspiration to say, you know what, I saw these big boats, and I saw a lot of these big boats, and I was like, wow, I could see myself actually doing something there. And these images of me were taken in 2013, if I'm not mistaken, on a visit down here. And I was just fascinated around the idea of being part of a bigger picture, like in the way that ships move around, and the way that ships are actually responsible for global trade. I mean, locally, if you look at from a GDP sort of sense, you've got the Port of Durban actually contributes at just slightly above 11% of GDP in terms of, it's as an infrastructure, what it contributes to the flow of movement of goods and services in the country. And you sort of bring that down to KwaZulu-Natal, that then contributes around 35% when you start thinking transport, logistics, and ancillary services. And that's really what inspired me. It's really to say, how can I involve myself in something that is critical and is crucial, and how one can contribute meaningfully into that space. And it's just having a broad view of the world, I think, and being a global citizen and being an active citizen at a very sort of global level. I think that is what really inspired me to get involved in what I do.
Wow, man! Wow, wow, wow. I love that. I love basically, the broad, and I think indeed you are a global citizen. It's lovely to see the vastness of your, experiences, and how you connect what most people do not actually care to connect. Just you talking about the people that inspire you as entrepreneurs. I mean, that is really, 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 really fascinating. So take me through your university. What did you study? What you study? Are you doing something in line with what you studied?
So in many ways, one could say that I do, right? So I studied a construction management degree, right? So essentially, you're responsible for the nuts and bolts of a construction project, So you're you're counting the number of nuts and bolts that you might need. You're essentially laying the foundation for a building and stuff like that. And to see how that's now translated into how I'm operating from a scale of movable buildings, in other words, right? Because if you look at the size of vessels and you look at the size of container ships and all of that stuff, these are actually buildings that are independent, and they sort of move along and stuff like that. So in not so many ways, you could find that I'm actually doing that, right? And outside of that, so I wasn't a cool guy in varsity. I never went to the nice parties. I never did. Yeah, no, I didn't. I wasn't a cool guy. I literally was a skinny guy who was walking across doing their own thing. And over the weekends, this is when I went to the language school and took up extra classes. And when you start piecing those together, so from a French perspective, the reason why I took French was to sort of operate. But now I position myself from a continental perspective. I backpacked some parts of the continent. In fact, I still need to finish backpacking that. And I backpacked it using buses, went through the border gates. I didn't take a flight. Well, I took a flight back. And because of some conflict in another country, unfortunately, I had to take a flight there. But outside of that, I used road infrastructure to move across the countries, right? And then from a Mandarin perspective, it's literally how do you connect to a broader world, you know? So yeah, that's what I did in varsity, and that's how it translates into my life now.
Fascinating. I need to hear more about the backpacking experience. I mean, that sounds very, very fascinating. What actually inspired it? I mean, and where did you start? And just take us through that journey and what it did for you.
Cool. So this was inspired by 2017, if you would recall, and many people who are joining us was the what was it? It was the World Economic Forum on Africa, and a lot of these sort of leaders came down to Durban at the time, and they were talking about this continental free trade agreement, or rather the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement at the time. And I remember in the plenary session, unfortunately at the time I wasn't there because I was in London, but I caught some of the highlights online. And there was this one young person who literally stood up and they were speaking about the African Union sort of agenda on youth, young people, and it was an Agenda 2063. And one of the folks stood up there and like literally took out his phone and he said, "Listen, I hear you folks that are talking about this African Union Agenda 2063. But as a young person right now, I'm probably X amount. And by the time this 2063 is actually materializes and finds itself, I'll actually be in my 80s. In fact, I might not even be alive." And so we, as young people, it was fundamentally discussed that in order for this continental free trade agreement to sort of come and materialize, we really need to sort of enact it right now. And then there was this talk about, you know, if we really are going to speak about this continental free trade agreement and essentially to operate continentally as young people, we really need to explore and move past our own borders. And that's how it came about. And that's when some people sort of said, "Hey, let's start this campaign, and let's send parcels and move them across the continent." And so you take a uniquely South African sort of object, you'd move it into Lesotho, and then you'd sort of take a big box and you'd add items that are distinct to each country in a box, and then it would eventually find itself in Egypt. Unfortunately, then you've got logistical arrangements to then say, "Hey, this thing can actually get lost." And then the next idea was then to say, "What's the one thing that cannot get lost and that could somewhat find itself back home if it were to be lost?" And that was in the form of a person. And that's when I put my hand up and I said, "You know what, guys, I'm more than willing to do this." And so I spent 4 months on the road, and I kickstarted it in Durban, and I just went through the borders using buses.
Wow! And which countries did you go to? And basically take me through how that experience was. And I can imagine speaking French was quite helpful for most parts of the of the continent. I can imagine.
Cool. So one of the things was I bankrolled the project myself, and I was literally helped by other people along the way. And it was literally just reaching out to people across the continent. You know, it's so started it in Durban, moved across the east side, so went in through Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and literally moving across the whole east side of the continent. And then I think it was in Tanzania. Um, I think because the trip takes 32 hours via bus, I think that's where I broke my lower L2. So it's like the lower back of my spine, and then moved into Ethiopia. No, Kenya, then Ethiopia, then somewhere got across Uganda, and then had to fly back down. And then I think it was her name is Doreen Casey. So she's also responsible for a phenomenal startup on the continent. And she said, you know what, I'm going to take over the journey that you've started. And so she's from Tanzania, and she went across and she went to, I think it was Cameroon at the time, Cameroon, and she navigated West Africa, so Benin, Togo, even went into Nigeria, and then yeah, it was really a phenomenal trip, and that's how we navigated it.
Wow, man! And what happened for you to actually break your lumbar number two? You know.
So it's just that, it's fundamentally just spending time on buses. I think one of the advantages being here is that in SA is like it's the infrastructure. But when you go north of South Africa's border, when you go north of Limpopo, north of northwest, when you actually go into Botswana, you suddenly realize that the infrastructure is like just the connectedness across the continent, especially if you're not just flying into these places or these countries. You realize that it's actually infrastructure. And I think I counted at some stage that I spent over 230 hours on buses just trying to connect into these various sort of countries. And I think that is what severely broke me.
Jeez, man, that's crazy. That's really crazy. So, if you were to, I mean, for a person actually listening to you and saying, "Wow, man, this is inspiring," and I guess, I mean, this is one of those life-changing experiences. What are the three things that you would say that experience actually taught you?
Cool. Um, First and foremost, and I think I will definitely mention this because this is and it's very contentious, is the idea that our country name actually speaks volumes. So our country name is fundamentally South Africa, and when you start interrogating the names of all the other African continents, it's not a place. Our name South Africa is literally naming a position and a location versus it being a name. So when you start looking at Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, like Angola, like when you start looking at placemaking, the idea of placemaking, and lineage, and all of these ideas of positionality and whatnot, you sort of realize that SA, South Africa, is it sort of it opens itself to a lot, and consequently, in the broader scheme of things, in the way that it defines itself as a continental player, is it speaks to that just from a geopolitical perspective. And what I've learned is to first and foremost just to have a lot of empathy across the continent. First and foremost, because you suddenly realize that our leaders, when you sort of walk down and you're in Zambia and you've got a Thabo Mbeki road, you're in Zambia, and then you're like, no, actually, Nelson Mandela used to live in that house. You go into Ethiopia and you're like, that Nelson Mandela was given two things when they landed in Ethiopia. It was a passport and something else, and their names, and then the way that they operated as a pseudonym was David. It's you're learning to be a lot of you're learning to be a lot more empathetic when you start thinking of our continent. That's the first thing. The second thing is just courage, the ability to actually move past your one's borders. So I mean, as if you start looking at South Africa, you've got just something shy of 60 million people, and that's not a very big addressable market when you're talking in terms of scale and the ability to sort of scale your products and your services, because it's not, right. Because I mean, if you really interrogate it, I know that statistics say that 50% of the country is connected, but in real fact, about 7%, you've got 7% of a population of 60 million people that are active internet users, right? And by this, I say that people who are constantly connected outside of their sort of workplace, So this is mobile data services, And then you sort of start to see that actually we're very sort of small as a domestic market. And in order to, when we start speaking about these ideals, and sort of, I like to say, Americanized view of building a startup in South Africa, you really need to go past our borders, right? Because while we speak about the United States of America, we need to understand that it's made up of 50 plus states, which is in fact a continent, right? So the way that we sort of define these things, we really need to do that. So essentially, it's courage, right? And lastly, it's I would say, I would really say, is understanding a sense of connectedness, because in a sense that insofar as we are sort of as I speak about Africa specifically because I think it's one of the few places that really can create a hallmark and a benchmark, and it is a lot of the other sort of players across the world are vying for that sense of opportunity. Is the idea that we, at 2.8 billion people, we're the youngest population on the world, and we've got the youngest people on the world, and the idea that what, because we've been resource struck, has allowed folks to sort of leapfrog and adopt certain technologies and whatnot, and just that connectedness, I think, is critical to the success of any young person who is endeavoring to do anything, whether it be entrepreneurship or whether it is building a sort of professional profile.
To a young person growing up in Katlehong, just of course, all that they know is their immediate surroundings, and they maybe haven't had the opportunity to travel and see other parts of the continent. What would you say to them?
And I'd say Katlehong is a melting ground, looking at the reasons why Katlehong what it is and how it came to be, looking at it from how it was structurally placed as a sort of former supply of labor into the mining town of Joburg, looking into sort of the vastness of Katlehong and the diversity that is in Katlehong. Believe it or not, in the way that we see how people gravitate to it. I mean, you've got Katlehong on the one side, and I've learned how to say this. So spread and then spread view. And so you need to create those sort of distinctions there, right? And then for a young person in Katlehong, man, if you see the export of musicians, right, that come out of Katlehong, so Honali Questa, Honali, what's this? Slick, I think, was also involved. Slicker actually came out of Katlehong, and you sort of see the cultural production of Katlehong, and in the way that, insofar as it is a township, there are the section Katlehong who contribute meaningfully. And I think from a microcosm, I think if one is able to navigate a township or a place like Katlehong seamlessly, I think that is what Africa is, How kakena ko jams, I mean, for example, and that is a critical question that you've asked. So if, as a young person in this country, if you are able to navigate the townships of South Africa, o kene ko Ntshwena, ba bitsang, o kene ko Soweto, and all of these places, and you are able to first and foremost have people in these places, have people who you're connected with, have people that you are fundamentally, and you have access to them. I think that ability to do it from a South African perspective will then introduce you to what happens from an Africa perspective, And I've never thought about it. I've never thought about that really. Thank you for asking that question. Wow.
This is amazing, brother, because I love where this answer went, because it totally, I mean, as well, went where I never thought it would. I mean, because you're right. I mean, being able to navigate the township environment is incredible, because that environment is very dynamic, and I mean, it's similar to many other parts of the continent, and the diversity. And we've got our brothers and sisters from other parts of the continent as well being in the township, which is also a great opportunity to be able to link and connect with them. So let's actually talk about your startup. I mean, you are working on some Boza stuff right there, man. Just take us through. Now you are in. Actually, before we even go there, let's start. I mean, you could have gone to the Western Cape, to Cape Town. You could have gone to Kimberley. You could have gone to Northwest. What actually inspired you to actually go to KZN?
Cool. So I think it's primarily just having the busiest port on the continent, right? So first and foremost is the idea that KZN is the busiest port on the continent. Well, it's now so it toggles between number 2 and 3, because Morocco is the one that sort of takes lead, and then sometimes, well, it's Nigeria now, right? So it's those things, and And it's just that, right? So it's the idea of like I mentioned earlier, the idea of being able to operate at a global scale, but also to sort of operate from a deep level. And I think that becomes important, and yeah, I think it's also understanding assets. So it was being drawn to one of the biggest competitive elements, and being able to solve a problem in that environment that sort of drew me here.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So take me through just how did this idea occur to you? Just maybe for those people that do not have an idea what you're working on, maybe you can just unpack it for them and just how you got the idea. Because that actually, I think it's gold. Gold is really the ideation process and how that, came about.
Cool. So I'll answer that question in two ways. So I'll answer it from at the regular side, and then the other side. So fundamentally, one of the few business models that exist in South Africa, obviously, is the procurement function, right? So it's the idea that organizations and companies need sort of certain goods and services, and then they go out via tender, etc., etc. But that is more of a reactive approach to to entrepreneurs supplying goods and services. And so then I sort of interrogated the idea to then say, what is the more proactive function? How does one actually get to understand what an organization needs before that, right? And then it's fundamentally then placing that sort of thinking around the natural resource, or the enterprise, or the mechanics or function that's happening. And so what we fundamentally do is that we are able to diagnose materials and infrastructure before they break down, and then understand value chains and supply chains from the beginning and working backwards. And what this allows us to do, firstly, is to advise the organization on when they might need services and goods and whatnot. But on the other end, on the tail end of the value chain, is then being able to supply. So yeah, that's I think in principle that's what our business model is about.
Oh, fantastic, man! Awesome, awesome stuff. And then, how did you get this idea?
Cool.
Could have been doing other things. There are so many things to do out there. This particular one, and I love the fact that, of course, you look for this great opportunity, and one of the oldest sectors, and of course, disruptions in in that particular sector, very critical. But how did the dots connect, and when did they
Cool.
connect for you?
Cool. So I think for benefits of people that are listening to the call right now, or are joining us on this platform, so what we do is do preventative maintenance using drone technologies, and like the narrative that you've crafted, like I think is beautiful, right? Under asking me what I did in university and doing now, and the fact that I did construction in university, and I now essentially am operating in sort of fluid and dynamic built environment, right? So what we do is we essentially fly our drones into these environments, and we're able to diagnose these environments. So what we're able to see is the aging infrastructure for one and foremost, and based on the analytics and sort of the image data that we get from flying our drones into the port environment, into industrial environments, we're able to understand how assets perform. And by assets, we're looking at cranes, we're looking at pulleys, we're looking at trucks, we're looking at all of these things, right? And what we do is we take all of this image data and we ingest it into our models. And when we ingest it into our models, we're able to compare it to other models and see how other sort of models perform. So in other words, if a company were to supply a pulley system, for example, in Cape Town and in Durban and in the port of Maputo, for example, insofar as they're able to produce that singular pulley, that pulley behaves differently across three markets, right? Based on cold ocean current, based on weather, based on topography, based on usage, based on all of these things. And unfortunately, surprisingly, some of these OEMs, so original equipment manufacturers, don't know even themselves how this equipment performs. And so you're stuck in a situation where the person who sources this equipment and the person who uses this equipment don't have data. And so that is what we do. And what it fundamentally allows us to do is to understand how these assets, in other words, engineering parts and supplies and all of that stuff, and infrastructure as a whole behaves. And we do this using a data-driven approach. And we're able to sort of first and foremost advise client on how their infrastructure and their entire sort of system performs. But what it also allows us to do is to then advise sort of other players in the space to sort of say, you know what, that part is going to break in 3 months. So instead of waiting 8 months post it breaking down, here's a lead time to actually sourcing the part. So yeah, that's what we do.
Very important work, my brother, I must say, because downtime is a serious challenge for a lot of businesses, especially during a moment where you need to be delivering for your customers. You cannot afford like an unnecessary interruption in delivering a great service. Awesome work that you're doing with the team right there. So I'm looking at your journey basically with your startup, and when you began, and knowing what you know now, what do you wish you could have done differently?
Well, first and foremost, literally, I wish I could have started earlier. I think I took time in actually getting into the market. I think it was a constant iteration. It was imposter syndrome, like they say. Yeah, I think that was definitely one of the better things. I think also another thing is that what we need to understand, and the reason why we're involved in something like the 4i at Aquatech, I know it is, and it's interesting to see that we were sort of taken in by Aquatech, yet we're dealing with industrial infrastructure and stuff like that. But it's also to understand that 60% of global trade actually happens on water, and I suppose that sort of then becomes the sort of the tick box exercise there. Um, and I think from a global perspective, I think we need to realize that our borders are becoming more seamless. We're becoming more interconnected, and what I wish I had done was to literally travel a lot more. And I understand, the politics of travel, the understanding that tourism is actually luxury, but one can actually travel in country. Like you can, I'd say, I'm going to from a young boy go or young person from from Katlehong. Actually, I'm going to go and stay the weekend, go Soweto and interrogate Soweto. I'm going to move from Soweto and I'm going to, spend a week in Tembisa. I'm going to move from Tembisa and then I'm actually going to spend a week in Soshanguve, because I think just that ability to move and transcend promotes the ability to then say, you know what, one day, or you know what, next week I'm gonna go to Zimbabwe, next week I'm gonna go to Lesotho. It's those things. So I wish I traveled a lot quicker, and just speaking to people a lot more. I think we're in a we're in a time where people are actually fraught with a lot of confusion around where the future is going, and I think right now people are listening a lot more. And I think had I asked people a lot quicker and had I created relationships, or broader relationships, I think those were the things that I could have done a lot better now that I'm thinking about my journey.
Wow, incredible! I love this concept of in country, in town, like sort of province travel. Because sometimes when we think of travel, we think in very large sort of scale. So we don't actually realize the importance of really doing it wherever we are, maximizing it and engaging with different people, different areas, and growing in that, and then we can actually incrementally improve on that. I love that concept, and I think I will be advocating more, for that, because I've seen situations where people grow up in Soweto, but they haven't been to Hector Peterson Museum. They haven't been. People grow up in Gauteng, but they haven't been to the Apartheid Museum and so forth. And I think being in these spaces really help one to actually understand where we've been, where we are, and you can contextualize possibly where the future may actually be. You know what I mean? So it helps to open up our horizon and ensure that we can succeed as individuals. We're talking about really the entrepreneurial game being so dynamic and not knowing where tomorrow will be. What keeps you grounded in your vision? I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. So a lot of people who start with this amazing vision of where they want to see themselves, And I remember just talking to one CEO actually, and she says, you know what, I've realized that having a vision is not enough, and she highlighted something about the importance of being sold to your vision or to your dream, So maybe take us through that. How do you keep yourself grounded when things change and the environment is no longer, things are not where they ought to be, and so forth. What keeps you going?
I think it's a firm belief that the sectors that we operate in are fundamental needs at any given time in terms of serving human needs. So, I mean, we operate in the maritime environment, right? And it's not going anywhere. If at all, it's all about protectionism right now, and it's just that fundamental human philosophy of an existential sort of plane, right? So it's literally to say, if there were no oceans right now, where would the world be? You know, and I think it's based on that. So it's the fundamental need of, and I suspect that this is something that is also driving the likes of Elon Musk. To say that if there weren't any planet Earth, and then what? So it's really casting yourself into the future and really stretching yourself. And I appreciate that. It might be a difficult exercise when you're sort of navigating stomach politics and whatnot. But even in those stomach politics, I think people imagine themselves in a better situation, and in a better scenario. And I think that is what the ultimate sort of driver then becomes, to say, um, if there's a better situation, and I think just that ability to want to progress, and that ability and that need to sort of realize that, I think, is the ultimate driver.
Incredible, really, really, really incredible. I think this conversation, listening to how we've been unpacking it, I think we need to have 3 or 4 to actually go and zone into, each area, because I think, you've got a really, really, I love basically your experiences, your journey. It's been really a fascinating journey, and I think you are solving for something very, very significant. And I want to say to you and your team, keep up the good work. And but before we close off, I'd love for you to just talk to that young person in Orange Farm who's lost hope and they don't know where to go. Traveling townships across the board, that the most saturated places are, the stop signs and so forth, where you find, a lot of young people there, actually, most of them not knowing where to go, what to do, and so forth. Maybe you want to talk to Sizwe or to Tando, in Orange Farm.
Cool. So I firmly believe that Asizwe or Tando has what is necessary in them right now, in this moment. I think that the misconception that we often make is the idea that we always need to aspire to sort of move and validate the skills and the talents that we inherently have. So, to a young person who might be on this webinar and listening to this right now, I have a firm belief that they have what it takes and what is necessary for them to achieve what it is that they want to achieve. Everything else outside of that, whether you've got a master's, whether you've got an honors degree, is just merely to enhance the innate talents that you have. This is what I've come to learn about life. In fact, you walk into a room and you don't ask someone if they have a master's or a PhD or a degree or whatnot. You essentially gauge them based on their personality, and personality is just skills and it's talents, and it's them wanting to do stuff, and whatever the case is. So any young person, in fact, in the country at this stage, we've got just something shy of 60 million people in SA. And there's just they are innate, so there are skills and talents that people are inherently born with. And what young people need to do right now that are on this platform is just to really discern, to say, you know what, I'm possibly not the best sort of striker. I'm a better goalkeeper. I might not necessarily be a good forward, but I'm actually a good center. I'm actually in fact, I'm not even good at sports, but I'm actually a better singer, or whatever the case is. And it's to trust the greatness that is within anyone at any given stage. I think this is one thing that I'm coming to learn very quickly, because where the world is going is not going to the most highly qualified or the, someone who has some of the best decorums in the world, but is based with someone who can actually engage from an empathetic sense of view. So this is why it's important to understand context, right? Because it's being able to communicate effectively. So the ability to move around these townships and not necessarily aspire to go to the likes of Paris and whatnot, it's being able to negotiate and to trade in those Degassi and whatever the case is, for me, which I think is in which some of the largest corporations in the world are still trying to figure out. So as a young person who is in that context and who is doing that, I think for me is critical. I think that's where it is, and just trust the greatness, just trust the innate skills that you are born with.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Mr. Nkululeko Mtembu. He is a beautiful mind, and I'm sure you can attest to it. So thank you very much for making time to chat with us. It's been really inspiring. I'm going to invite you. Let's do 3 or 4 more. I think this has been really fascinating. Thank you so much for inspiring us. We appreciate your time and look forward to more engagements moving forward. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, colleagues. This has been the 4IR Aquatech podcast here at the Startup Business Festival. Really engaging with amazing entrepreneurs who are doing incredible things, to ensure that we can make Africa better, but we can also make our townships also better. I love basically how, he highlighted the importance of navigating and engaging basically with our immediate environment. Start where you are. It's basically the mantra that we promote here at the Startup Business Festival. So I'm going to ask the technical team to briefly give us, we'll take a short break, and then we'll then be in conversation with Faith. I'm looking forward to talking to you, Faith. It's going to be really awesome. So we'll take a short break and then come back to chat with an amazing lady as well, who is also part of the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator shortly after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Faith Mukhalaka, and today I bring to you Buno. Buno is how we propose to make honest money for you. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, Uno. Uno.
Uno.
Uno. Uno.
Uno.
I am Sopem Mtamba, the founder and CEO of Satso High-Tech Solutions, a company which is into energy, environmental, and sustainable development solutions. A company which started as a pro bono consulting company, commercialized in 2016 in Zimbabwe. In 2017, it was registered in Zambia, and in 2019, it was incorporated in Botswana, which became the main office. I want to show you why we chose energy, water, environmental, and sustainability.
Connected. How so? Let's start with the most basic element, water. We need water to make our crops grow and to produce our energy. For instance, to cool power plants and to grow biofuels. Every year, the world uses 580 billion cubic meters of water for energy. That's over 200 million Olympic-sized swimming pools. But we also need energy to treat our water and to transport our food from field to table. Take this steak. There's more to it than meets the eye. It took over 3,000 litres of water to make this steak, and producing it used 35 times more energy than you'll get out of it. The world is hungry for food. Food is hungry for energy, and energy production is thirsty work. These three essential resources are already under stress, but soon they will be pushed to their limits. By 2050, the world will have 9 billion mouths to feed. Between now and then, we'll have to produce more food than we've produced in the last 8,000 years. More food means more energy, and that means we're going to need a lot more water. But in a changing climate, we're going to have to achieve more with less. Water, energy, food. The connections just keep growing. Understanding their interconnections is the essence of Nexus thinking.
We are into sustainable consumption and production patterns. That is our calling, and that is what we want to solve in order to create a world that is balanced, a world that is able to sustain itself, so that we can create the sustainability and we can create a better earth for the future generations. Our solutions include energy, solar, policy, wind, waste to energy, biomass, substations, nano-construction materials, hydropower, solar solutions consulting, organic animal health solutions, not forgetting the EV charging stations. And who we serve? We serve the governments, the communities, the private sector, the hotels, the farms, the industries, the institutions, the non-governmental organizations. Why do people choose SATSO? It's because we understand, we create, we implement, and we turn an existing situation into a preferred situation via ideating, research, reframing, prototyping, and retesting of ideas. Our unique strength is because we are the link to design-mediated management, and we are the people who turn an existing situation into a preferred situation.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the Startup Business Festival. We are actually here as the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, engaging on the 4IR Aquatech podcast. Here we get to actually talk to amazing entrepreneurs, innovators, leaders who are doing incredible things, basically to make the world a better place. So we have the privilege to actually engage with an amazing lady by the name of Faith. Faith, how are you doing? Okay, Faith is going to join us shortly, and we'll be basically in conversation with her, just engaging on her entrepreneurial journey. So I love actually spending time with amazing entrepreneurs, amazing innovators who are doing awesome things basically in their respective spaces. Faith, this has been a long time coming. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. So I'm going to try to get better audio. So the audio is a little bit faint at the moment. I will check with my technical team if it's on our side or not. We'll check it just now. So I'll be back.
All right. Hello. I can see you are talking, but I can't hear anything. Um,
Okay, great stuff. So Faith, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Startup Business Festival. The 4IR Aquatech podcast is taking over here at the Startup Business, Festival as we engage with amazing entrepreneurs, innovators who are doing incredible things, here at the festival. So, we're focusing on entrepreneurs who are innovating within the nexus of water, energy, and food. And Faith is one leading example of such entrepreneurs. Faith will be engaging on your entrepreneurial journey. I'm very much interested in understanding who actually is Faith.
Ooh, okay. Faith Mukhalaka is a young 21-year-old girl from Limpopo who loves languages, who who loves languages, who loves and who
There's a
loves
little bit of
people and
feedback.
solving problems.
There's a little bit of feedback. So I'm going to get my technical team, Faith. My sincere apologies. If you can just give us just 1 second or so. I want to engage on this amazing discussion, but I see that the connection, it's not the connection, we need to get the best audio. So I'm hearing you from very far.
Okay.
If we connect it to the right, so we're good. Do you see what it does? No, you're frozen. Yeah. Yes, it's fine. Are we good? Yeah. We look. It looks like we're good now. Faith. Sincere apologies for that. There seems to be some technical glitches there, but I think whether Murphy wants to do his thing or not, we are going ahead with this. This is still the Startup Business Festival. We're actually in conversation with an amazing entrepreneur, Faith Mukhalaka, who is an amazing entrepreneur. And I love your story, I must say, Faith. I really, really love how you've innovated within an incredible space. So maybe take us through your journey. Who is Faith?
Oh, thank you very much, for having me today. Faith Mukhalaka is a young 21-year-old girl from Limpopo who loves languages, loves people, and generally just loves solving problems.
Wow, man, that's fantastic. So take me through basically where you grew up, and how was it actually growing up, in the part of the world where you grew up.
Ooh, okay, I was born in a small village called. I was born in Palabora, basically, and I was raised in a small village called Barcelona. I think just like every other child, reflecting on it now, I realize how time moves by so fast. It was
It was
fun,
fun,
carefree time.
carefree time.
Okay, and then I went
Then I
on
went on
to go
to go
I went to
I
primary
went
school in Kalabura
to
town,
town,
and then I went
and I
to
went
boarding
to
school
boys
for high
for
school,
high
which was an
school,
agricultural
which was an agricultural
school,
school,
which is
which
where
is where
eventually I would like to
I
think that my Puno
my
journey has
Puno journey has
began in my heart.
began in my heart.
That's incredible. So, growing up basically in a beautiful part of Limpopo, I mean, just take me through that childhood for you. Was it busy, hectic, and were you one of those entrepreneurial young ladies actually growing up in primary school?
Not even, hey,
Even, hey,
I was very
I was
playful.
very
I was
playful. I was
very
very
oh, I loved
I
trying out
loved
new
trying
things.
out new things.
So whether it was a
Whether it
beauty
was a beauty
pageant,
pageant,
whether it was, I was everywhere, literally. I wanted to try out every single thing. And that was me growing up in primary school. Nothing entrepreneurial, just playing and focusing specifically on my studies. So I was those kids that would bring home awards. And so just be playing and academics and so nothing entrepreneurial at all.
Wow, man, I love that. I love that. So academic, I see we had an academic here, somebody who really, pushed and ensured that they can bring back, the trophy. So, do you have any siblings, and how was it actually growing up with your siblings?
I do. I have one younger brother, and he's 10 years younger than me. So I don't think that I would say that we literally grew up together. He was born when I was going to high school, and I went to boarding school in high school. So the only things that we shared together was during holidays. And I would really like to say that he's my handbag. So wherever I go, he's there with me. We have this relationship that is unbreakable, and we just love each other. It's just the two of us, so maybe that's what's supposed to happen. But yeah, he's really my favorite person.
Wow, man, that's fascinating. And then maybe take us through the activities that you did in school. I mean, some people get involved with choirs and all kinds of interesting things.
Yeah.
What was your basically thing in primary?
In primary school, I did chess. So I think I did chess, I did swimming, and I did netball. I was terrible at netball. But I was good at chess because that's where I got to sit down and think, and I think that I seldom did. And also, my advantage was that I actually learned chess when I was 8 years old. So I learned chess quite early. So when I got to primary school, I was actually at an advantage. So I did chess in primary, and I did swimming because I really love swimming, and then netball. I was terrible with that. I was actually in the B team, and there were only two teams, the A and the B team. I was in the B team, so you can imagine. um, but then in high school, I continued with my net. Well, I dropped netball altogether because I realized I was terrible with it, and I did chess. Right, I did chess in high school, and I actually ended up being captain of chess in high school because I had been doing it for so long. I also did debate in high school. We didn't have it in primary. I also did. I was also in the SRC. I was also head girl in my high school. So I think, like I said, I was everywhere, literally politics, me, academics, me, and yeah.
Very active. Hey, this is very fascinating. I love this. I love this. I mean, take me through basically what chess actually meant for you in primary school. I mean, other kids were probably looking at other things. What actually made you to gravitate to chess?
I think when I got to primary school, when I went to the primary school that I wanted to, and we had sports for the first time. Remember, growing up in a village and everything meant that I went to like a lower primary. I began my schooling career at a school where we didn't necessarily have all the sports and everything. And then when I now had to move to a school where everything was available to me, obviously I had to do chess because I knew chess, and it kind of like gave me like an advantage because it was the one thing that I knew how to do as far as like sports and extracurricular was concerned. So then I had to do it because of that. And after doing it and realizing that I'm actually better than the other kids, that just made me to stay onto it. And really loved and still do love the peace that comes with the chess, that comes with chess. And I think I've come to learn to look at life altogether as like a chess game. So most problems that I come across, I think about them as if, okay, if this was the chessboard, what would I do, right? What would I do if I was playing a game of chess? What would be and it has sort of like become my way of thinking. And I play chess a lot. I really love chess. It's like really my life now. And what it meant for me, it just meant that I could solve problems better. And it also meant that it made me actually very good in maths, because anything that had like problem solving, I was actually very glad that at some point one of my uncles took the time to actually just teach me the sport, because it actually is now a very big portion of my life. It's now part of my thinking process, my decision making, my problem solving tactics and skills. It all stems from chess.
Wow, man, this is really fascinating. Faith, I'm gonna request that we take just a quick break. I see that the visuals on our site are not as great as we want them to go, because I think this is one of those interviews that Mafi must stop. So we're going to stop Mafi at all costs. You know what I'm saying? So we'll come back shortly. We're just gonna try to sort out something technically, and then we'll be back. But I love just keep that thought, because I love basically chess and problem solving. So we'll pick it up there shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Meet Linda, the owner of a small grocery delivery store. Her major problem is that she buys too much fresh food stock and then loses money when she can't sell it. She spends many hours doing manual admin, including taking orders and checking if her prices are competitive. With no planning, her team also spends many hours buying fresh food stock at unpredictable cost prices. She often dreams about having a larger and regional grocery store presence. She knows it will take a lot of effort and that she'll probably have to start by optimizing inventory planning and profitability. She's recently seen the FreshGram AI inventory planning software prototype, and she thinks it will help her.
FreshGram is a fresh produce inventory planner that uses artificial intelligence to help traditional fresh food grocery stores, online fresh food delivery stores, as well as agro-processors or food manufacturing companies to stock the right quantity of food and minimize food waste whilst maximizing profitability. All of this is achieved by using a more data-informed approach to inventory planning. The features that FreshGram comes with gives you, as a fresh produce driven company, the following benefits. It allows you to place orders quickly, allowing you to save time on repetitive, manual, painstaking tasks in inventory planning. It allows you to minimize stock outs, causing you to then increase your sales and ensure your customers stay happy. It also allows you to reduce excess stock, which allows you then to free up working capital so that you can focus on growing your business whilst minimizing food waste. Our team is comprised of 3 co-founders, myself, Nduduzo, Thabo, as well as Selibogo. We believe that our diverse technical skills as well as business skills will bring value to those organizations that handle and trade in fresh produce. How many times have you gone into your favorite grocery store and walked into the fresh produce section only to find that some of the items that you're actually looking at purchasing are rotten? Now, how many people do you think face that every single day? And how many rotten items do you think these fresh food grocery stores end up having to throw away? This results in food waste. According to the CSIR, a key scientific government body within South Africa, the market size opportunity is based on a 2.4 million tons of edible food waste in South Africa per year. This is known to give rise to a food retail industry loss that equates to the total addressable market for this particular problem of 6.4 billion rands per annum, from the total of a 63.4 billion rand retail fresh produce market size. The biggest problem here that we are dealing with when it comes to food waste is the rising costs of food waste. Fresh food drives the global grocery industry, Yet technology gaps are causing billions of dollars in food waste and lost profits every year. In South Africa, the food waste problem is lower in terms of cost compared to developed economies. And we can see some of the developing economies such as India are also faced with this problem. Inventory planning as it is today is complex, and it's based on spending hours of time planning based on pricing of that inventory, and then doing order administration in terms of how you're going to actually store that inventory, and then the actual buying of the inventory and placing it on the shelves for a particular shelf life, as we're speaking about perishable goods here. What we see the future looking like for fresh produce inventory planning is a minimization of that time so that your strategic staff within the supply chain of these fresh produce delivery companies actually spend more time on strategic tasks rather than manual, repetitive, spreadsheet-driven tasks that do not actually add any value to the bottom line. We believe that inventory planning should be simple and should be data-driven, and that's why FreshGram offers you a dashboard-based artificial intelligence tool that allows you to visualize what your planning should look like so that you can meet the needs of your end customers. Our features include inventory cost price planning, which gives the benefits of saving time on pricing administration. Another top feature is inventory stock level planning, which allows you to save time looking for stock physically. You can now do this based on this dashboard. And then thirdly, it allows you to predict your inventory-based cost pricing, and it allows you to see how profitable you will be into the future, so you can plan in advance. And this also allows you not to save only time, but also to save you unnecessary costs.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and welcome back, colleagues, to our interview. It's been really incredible. So we're just sorting out some technical glitches, and I'm glad that we finally have been able to sort them out. We are in conversation with Faith Mukhalaka, who is an amazing entrepreneur, innovator, and a student as well, a chess, lover, and so forth. Faith, before we got cut off, we're talking about your journey growing up, basically in a beautiful village in Limpopo, and also developing the love and passion for chess. So I know that you said that chess is something that you still do even today. Just take me through basically some of the key lessons that you've learned from basically being a chess player.
That's a very good question, actually. A lot of lessons that I would say I learned are very psychological. Maybe it's just me, but I think the ability to move without a person actually expecting you to move in that way, right? But also the ability to make the other person think that they are acting independently, and making a decision based off of what they think they should do, whereas you are actually making them to make the decision. What else? So a lot of lessons that I learned from the chessboard are very psychological. I think maybe I should go back to the chessboard and learn lessons that are not manipulative and always about winning and always having the upper hand. But I think there are a lot of lessons that I learned are about how to deal with people, and how to essentially get things done.
Wow, man, isn't that an incredible skill? I mean, getting things done and understanding how to, work. I mean, I know the entrepreneurial game is very competitive, and it being competitive, I think some of those critical thinking skills and really thinking and strategizing when you don't know how to navigate and where to navigate, I think are absolutely critical in this game. Just take me through basically your high school years. So I understand that you went to an agricultural school. Is it Hans Merinsky? Is that correct?
It's
It's
it's Harry Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer.
It's in
Harry
Mokopane.
Oppenheimer. Yep, yep.
Yeah, it's Harry Oppenheimer. That's where I went to.
It's super. I mean, there aren't so many agricultural schools anymore. I mean, like they used to be in the past. Maybe take me through the experience of going to an agricultural school, and perhaps what actually motivated your parents to take you there.
I actually don't know what motivated my parents to take me there, you know. Um, and but honestly speaking, I think it was the best decision they could have made as far as my schooling career is concerned, right? At the time, I wanted to go to school, actually. I had this vision of boarding school being like, I don't know if you've watched High School Musical, but I had this vision that boarding school would look like, the cafeteria, the singing on the tables. I thought boarding school would look like that. So I also had this fantasy of actually going to a boarding school, and I think I might have also communicated it, right? And then they went out to find one for me, and why they chose specifically. My first years there, I didn't like it. Obviously, being in boarding school as a young child with other children, it's just so hard. It's so hard having to do everything on your own, from washing to deciding what time you want to sleep. It's so hard because everything is like just on you now. If you don't study, no one knows, right? If you don't sleep, no one cares. If you don't go to class, no one will know. And the teachers and of course tell your parents. But yeah, so I don't know what actually motivated them to take me to that school.
Wow, man, that's fascinating. So listening to you, and I'm actually trying to connect the dots. I mean, from discussions that I've had, from a lot of entrepreneurs that I've had the privilege of interviewing, seem to all have gone to a large extent to boarding school. And what would you say, the greatest lessons have been for you? Maybe just outline three core things that being in, going to boarding school actually has taught you as a person, and how you are using some of those skill sets, or in what you do today.
Okay. The first one would be realizing earlier on in life that it's really up to you. Firstly, and in entrepreneurship, that in like just generally in your career as an individual, it becomes very important to realize that it is up to you, right? So whichever path that you end up on, it is up to you to change it. It is up to you to stick onto it. But at the end of the day, it's up to you. That's one of the first lessons I learned from boarding school. The second one was the fact that I think it also goes back to the one that I mentioned earlier on, that if I don't do something about something, it won't change, right? So if I don't step out, if I don't wake up earlier on and study at 4 when others are sleeping, if I don't decide to go to study when others are playing, then if I don't do something about it, nothing is going to change, right? Because actually, when I got to boarding school in my grade 8, I was not in my later years. I was actually the best performer at school, and I was doing so well academically. But in my grade 8, I was just in the top 10 and just doing okay, right? And I think at some point I had to make the decision that I actually don't want to just be someone that is remembered for just being in the top 10. I want to be exceptional. I want to give my academic and not reflect in the results, right? And the moment I decided to do that, and I gave my academic life my all, then things started to change, right? The third lesson that I learned would be, okay, I think this is one thing that is very important to learn as an individual altogether. Just making your own decisions. So a lot of adults get to a point where only after you're 20, only at 21 or older, do you start to make your own decisions. You know, you leave home and then you go to a very big city, and all of a sudden you have to now make decisions about your life for the first time when you are 18, when you are 21, or whatever the case may be. So when you went to boarding school, I think then you kind of like have an idea of how to balance your life out, to say, okay, this is a spiritual aspect of faith, and this is the social aspect of faith, and this is an academic aspect of faith.
And being able to personally take charge of all of those spheres of my life, from financial, deciding how much I'm going to save and for what reason, deciding that I want to go to this specific spiritual gathering. We didn't have like churches like we do in university that are like all different, but obviously people from different spiritual backgrounds would come together, and so just deciding which one of those I would like to find myself in, which kind of friends do I want to be with, and and personally having firsthand to see the consequences of what it means to make the decisions that I've made, right? Because remember when you're in boarding school, so the people that you see in class, so if there's someone bullying you in class, they have access to you in the hostels also. So it's like they don't only bully you in the classroom or only during break time, they can actually do it even on a Sunday, even on a Saturday, even on a Friday night, right? So just seeing all the consequences, and being in that like immature kind of place in life where everyone is growing, everyone is learning about themselves, everyone is just trying to understand themselves better, but then also having to make my own decisions and seeing the consequences firsthand, and that happening earlier on in life, at a time when I'm still trying to understand myself and to discover actually who is Faith, what do I want to see myself in the next 10 years, and where do I want to end up at, just career. So I think those are the three main lessons that I learned in boarding school. Yeah.
Wow, man, that's really, really fascinating. And I think if somebody who's actually listening to us and perhaps considering taking their kids to boarding school, they're probably thinking twice at the moment, saying, whoever bullies you there has access to you even on Sundays, even at boarding school.
That's the problem.
That sounds really, really hectic. But I guess it has taught you some really incredible skills and of how to navigate and being able to communicate and to effectively negotiate your way around, which I think is absolutely critical in the entrepreneurial game. Maybe take us through that particular moment where you had your aha moment, grade 8, as you said. I mean, you were just in the top 10, and so forth. What actually was that trigger that made you realize that you can actually do better, and that actually motivated you to want to do better?
It had to be my teachers. I had this one teacher. His name was, I think, Sir Koshi. This once I remember we had a conversation, and it was about my marks actually. So it was about my marks. I think it was in term 3 of my grade 8. I wrote an EMS test, and I got 100%, right, for that test. And so he was talking to me about it, and I just kind of like realized that I actually have potential, and the thing about this kind of things is that I don't know, maybe it's just me, but there isn't always an aha moment, right? There isn't always just that one day where you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh my goodness, this is it, right? I think it was just a sequence of events that ended up actually convincing me that I should do better. And in I think late grade 9, that's when I decided, actually, let me do this. I can do this. This is me against the world. Let me do this for me. Let me give it my all, and that's when everything really changed.
Wow, man, that's just really, really fascinating. Just, I'd love to actually to actually learn. And here I'm very curious. What do people do in an agricultural school?
So it's actually very similar to a normal high school. The only difference is that we have agricultural practicals, and we actually, whenever time when I used to go to Heruepenaima, we didn't buy the food that we ate at school, where we would buy things like maize meal, but then we had like our own chicken establishment, our own chicken farm. We had our own pig farm. We had a lot of cows also, and we had what else? Oh, we had like a vegetable farm. So usually you would eat the things that we see. So you'd find that, okay, this week the grade 11s have a practical, and then they go there, and then so would like literally take turns in learning about agriculture also, especially when you get to grade 10, 11, and 12, right? In grade 9, not so much. You just see it happening, and you're just understanding, oh, okay, this is what's going on. But then when you get to grade 10, 11, and 12, you actually have to take agriculture as one of your subjects. And in that subject, they actually take us to the field, we see what's going on. So when we're speaking about a chicken, agriculture is actually a very challenging subject. I think when I was in matric and when I left Harry Oppenheimer Agricultural High School, not with agriculture being my least favorite subject, right? Because it is so challenging. There's a lot of things that you have to remember, as opposed to, how in biology you have to learn about the human system. So in agriculture, you have to learn about the pig system, and then you have to learn about the chicken system, and then when you're done with about the cow, and then you move on to the horse, and then you still have to go to plants also. So that is like a lot of things. It's like too much to remember, and so it was my least favorite. But at the same time, it was very fun. It was very fun because we got to see what we were doing, what we were talking about. If we would talk about, for example, the average length of a pig is intestine, we would actually go get a pig and use rulers, and have different and people measuring, and then we come together as the whole class and say, oh, actually this is the average, because all of that. So just bring the mathematics also into it, and it is actually a very interesting subject, but also very challenging because there's a lot of things that you have to remember. So what we do in agriculture high school, essentially we do a lot of practicals agriculturally, and we just dive deeper into agriculture than a normal school would. But then we still do your other mathematics and physical sciences and life sciences, and we still do all of those things.
I love this. I'm almost want to go to an agricultural school right now. I mean, because it sounds like the ideal place for learning. Because I love the practical aspect. I mean, it's almost like the real, agricultural lab. Where you can actually go and get a pig, measure it, and actually understand the average. If we're saying average, I mean, we'll actually probably measure a couple of them to say what actually is an average. It's not what we make up, but I think it's a great sort of learning environment. And I think it teaches us basically some critical elements of learning, and I think we should bring these back, man. We should really, really bring back this kind of learning, because a lot of learning that we do today is really theoretical, and I don't think a lot of kids actually have that contextual learning, learning in context and understanding basically how things actually flow. So, I mean, so the food that you produced, was it primarily for your own consumption, or there was also some entrepreneurial element to it? Did you guys get to sell some of the produce that you grew?
Not as far as I'm concerned. There was, I think, when I was in my matric year, I actually got to realize that there was like an economic aspect of our school. So essentially, an aspect of our school, make profit out of some of the stuff, but I don't think that we ever actually sold anything that we produced. We literally consumed all of it. And remember, it's a cycle. For example, the stuff that we can't eat, the vegetables that we can't eat are given to the pigs, those kind of stuff. So then it's like a whole
circular economy right there. There's circular economy in practice. I love this. I mean, I hope the school is still there, and things are still happening. So because I think it's a great example of how learning should be. I mean, because I think kids learn really well in that kind of environment. And talking about that, I mean, you are now basically solving for a problem in the agricultural space. But before we go there, let's actually go back home, actually, to look at your parents. Would you say your parents were very instrumental in your entrepreneurial journey? Any of your, are they in the entrepreneurial game at all?
No, actually, they're not. Both my mother and my father are actually. I can't say that they actually. At some point, my mother was actually entrepreneurial, but now she isn't anymore. I don't know what changed. And my father, no, he isn't. He's not entrepreneurial at all. Yeah, but they're actually very supportive. My mother is very supportive with my journey. So whatever it is that I do, I think she's always supportive. I think, yeah, she's always supportive.
Take us maybe to your when you say your mother was initially she was entrepreneurial. What kind of activities would she get involved in?
Okay, so she had a business at home. I think she realized that we had a problem back home at Raselwana, where I was raised, where people had to actually travel to town to go buy electricity, you know. And then so she kind of like created, she actually found a solution for people to actually buy electricity from home as opposed to them having to drive to town. And that was earlier on. That was like earlier on in the days when electricity was still starting out, and we didn't have these systems where you would just go to a spaza shop and buy electricity. It was like, yeah, it was like a long time ago.
Shout out to your mom in being, an entrepreneur, because essentially that's what entrepreneurship is all about, right? Problem
True.
solving.
Solving a problem.
Absolutely, absolutely. And did you still continue with your chairs, activities, and what else did you actually get involved in terms of extramural activities
In high school.
In high school, yeah.
In high school, I actually continued with my chess. And obviously because it was something that I knew and I was actually good at it in primary school, and I was actually featured in some newspapers, the local newspapers here at home. So when I got there, I was like, let me continue with this. Why not? And so I continued with chess. And when I was in grade 9, I was actually I was the captain of the under 16 girls team at our school in high school. And by the time I got to grade 10, I was actually the captain of the whole school, both male and female chess. So that was my chess career in high school. It was when I got to grade 11, I started teaching grade 8 chess and grade 9 just to create. I tried to create a whole chess culture at school, and also actually also got the school to buy more chess boards, and we actually won some of them from competitions. We won some chess boards from competitions, and we had a lot of chess boards, so that allowed us the opportunity to actually be able to teach more and create a whole culture of chess. You know, in boarding school, after school you decide what you want to do, you know. So instead of just having people play around and just chill and do nothing, we are kind of like realized that it would be better for people to learn chess so that they can actually have something that can occupy them, that is actually doing no harm to them, right? Probably like a lot of good also. I also did debate. So when I got to my grade 8, we had there was speeches that we used to do at school. And from those speeches, one of my teachers actually suggested that we go. There was a competition. It actually all started at a competition. There was a competition, a speaking competition in grade 8. And so I went to compete at the speaking competition with some of my classmates, and everything was beautiful. We won, and all of that. We came back, and in grade 9, so there wasn't any debate activity going on as much in my high school at the time. We did have some people going out to compete at your regional debate competitions, but then in my grade 9 there was this competition which specifically was looking for grade 9s. Oh, it was looking for grade 9s to grade 9 to 11, I think. Yes, it was grade 9 to 11. And given that we didn't have a lot of people that were interested in going for the competition because it was cultural debate, so it was a debate about cultural indigenous games. Yes, sorry, indigenous games debate. So I was interested. So then the grade 9s, me and my fellow other debaters, and basically people that are interested in speaking, we actually took the opportunity and we went on to debate with other schools, and we won. You know, we won all the way. The competition ended up to it went up to like it was like the national indigenous game debate. It was hosted in Limpopo that year, and we won, right? We won, and our team was actually the best team in the country, and I was the second best speaker in the country. And that's where my debate journey began. Actually, I think that's where my debate journey
Man, this
really
is
began.
incredible. You know, I mean, as I'm listening to you, I say this lady just definitely knows how to win. She's been winning her whole life, and that's really, really fascinating. I want us to maybe take. I want you to just, if you were to pitch to like, a parent who's looking at extramural activities for their kids, why should they consider chairs? The kids are looking at different things. What are the benefits really of this? I know you talked a little bit about the problem solving aspects, but if you were to pitch it to a parent listening to us right now who says, you know what, I think I'm loving this conversation, and I'm listening to you, and I realize that now you know how to navigate different spaces. What would you say really as a selling it to them, man?
I think chess is a very peaceful sport, and it is, besides from the aspect of it having to do with problem solving, it also goes back to, conflict resolution. You want to have a child who, when faced with a problem, can actually sit down with that person and actually hear the side of their side of the story, and actually also, like, just listen to both sides and go about it in a very peaceful way. And I think chess is the beginning of that, because in chess you sit down and you're both trying to win, right? But at the same time, whoever wins, I think this is one thing about chess. Like at the end of the game, whoever wins is congratulated. It's one of those sports where you actually learn by losing. So it just makes the whole. It's very practical. It's very practical when it comes to life, because in life you learn a lot by losing. You learn a lot by making mistakes. So the same thing happens with the chessboard. So the moment you make mistakes, the moment you lose game, then you learn a lot. And next time you won't make the same mistake again. I think from problem solving to conflict resolution to just having a child that is peaceful. A child that can. I had this issue growing up. I think I still have it now. I talk a lot, you know. And as a child, I don't think anyone wants a child that like is talking all the time, because sometimes we want to watch TV. Keep quiet, please. We want to watch TV, right? Now I wasn't having it. Like I talk a lot. So I think, but chess now, like, brings me into a place where I can be calm and really focus on the game, because in chess is a silent game, right? Chess is a silent game. Um, so yeah, chess is like literally one of the best things that has ever happened to me, I think.
Wow, man, that's really really incredible. I never actually thought of chess as a conflict resolution instrument and so forth. But it's lovely actually to see the different side of it and to understand the breadth of it, and also helping one to actually be able to empathize, put yourself in the shoes of the other person, and understand that it cannot always be about yourself. And maybe just let's look at three core skills that basically you think are absolutely instrumental. I know a particular gentleman from Gandla who also loves chess very much, and I mean, maybe just talk about key core competencies or skills that an entrepreneur can actually learn from chess, and basically maybe how you've taken some of those skills, right, and now you're employing them in what you do on a day-to-day basis as an entrepreneur.
Okay. Okay. The first one would be, I think I've already spoken a lot about these things. So I've already spoken about conflict resolution and just problem solving. What would I give it to now?
So
The
let's bring it
three.
back to, so we want to bring it back to an entrepreneur, right? Right now, okay, we understand general, people, but where you're saying, what, it is actually as a result of my chess experience that I actually have been able to get almost like a competitive advantage, over certain things. You know what I mean? Like from that, maybe let's look at it from that perspective.
Okay. All right, I see. Okay. As an entrepreneur, right? I think, like you mentioned earlier on, you deal with a lot of people. We deal with a lot of stakeholders, and dealing with people is not always easy. It has its own challenges, and I think being able to navigate those spaces of dealing with people altogether is something that probably would have learned without chess, but like chess made me to learn it earlier on in life, and made me to actually apply it for a longer time in my life before I actually became an entrepreneur. um but I think just the ability to be in a position where even in how you speak to a person and how you approach a person, you understand that everything you say will actually contribute to their decision, right? It's not always necessarily about what we ask. Like, let's say maybe the criteria for a specific thing is just maybe, like, let's say the criteria is pink, just pink cats and cow. Maybe that's the criteria that they're looking for a specific thing, and it's an opportunity. I think then it goes beyond their asking. And that's what chess teaches you. It goes beyond what they're asking of you. There are other things that are personal to them that they will actually be looking for that they will not necessarily be able to communicate, right? So that's one of the things. That's one of the things. So a simple thing like having maybe an investor who is a vegetarian, for example, right? Having an investor who is a vegetarian, and so it matters what you say to them without even if they don't actually ask about like whether or not just them being a vegetarian, actually believing that's something that they do, maybe even from a religious perspective or just from a belief perspective, then it matters what you say, because then it goes back to just them and what they believe, that's one of the first things, that like the decision is actually made from a whole lot of other things besides from just what they seem to be made out of, to be made from, right? The second one would be the ability to be calm and the ability to take failure as it comes, so the ability to fail on the spot and understand that I will have my day on a different day. I will win next time. Just I think that, and maybe that altogether is about sportsmanship. All of it. It's about like sportsmanship, but the ability to lose and actually understand that I lost today, but that doesn't mean that I'm a loser. That's one of the things that chess actually taught me. Because like there was a time actually, I remember in my grade 10 when I was already the captain and we went out with our coach to go play. At the time, actually, when I was in grade 10, I used to play with my coach and we wouldn't finish the game. So we would play the same game for like days because that's how good I was. And so literally, my coach actually believed in me to say, this is the person that's going to make us to win. We had like a competition, and we went to the competition. And when I got there, because I was the captain, I had to play against the captain of the other team, you know? And I lost. I was the first one to lose out of every other player. And so you can imagine. And so chess actually teaches you how to lose, even if you don't expect it. Even if you don't expect to lose, the loss might come. And that for me has been very, very important in entrepreneurship altogether, because how you approach you go all in with the mentality of winning and believing 100% that you're going to win and that nothing can stop you and that you are really going to bring it home, right? But then anything can happen and you might lose. And being the ability to actually dust yourself and continue is actually very important as an entrepreneur, right? One thing, just because I have three, would be to always learn. So in chess, you never stop learning. In chess, you never really stop learning. And as an entrepreneur, you will never get to a place where you know everything. You never get to a place where you know everything. So you have to constantly read. You have to constantly teach yourself, learn new skills, read a lot of books, because then you need, and talk to a lot of different people, because you can never get to a point in your life where you know enough, right? And another thing is that another thing about learning is that sometimes you'll have to like make decisions without knowing everything. Sometimes you'll have to make decisions believing that this is actually the best decision I can make right now. But then 3 years later, I look at it and think, actually, I should have died here. But every single time you make a decision, it's based on the knowledge that you have and the experience that you have. So it becomes very imperative to keep on learning as an entrepreneur. And that's what chess has taught me. Never stop learning. Because when you stop learning, then in chess, because the sport, the moment you stop learning, then someone else comes and actually does better than you. And then you're out of the game, right? So in entrepreneurship, not necessarily always about staying in the game, but just being able to make better decisions for your business. And
Faith, I don't know if you can still hear me. We lost you for a moment there, so I'm gonna try to get our technical team to get you back. So I mean, we are really much in an amazing engagement with Faith, who actually is an incredible entrepreneur, an innovator, and I didn't know that Faith actually plays chess. It's incredible. I love the 4-Hour Aquatech podcast because it gives us an opportunity to engage deeply with entrepreneurs, innovators, and to understand what inspires them and how they got to become what they have become. So we're going to take a quick short break, and after that short break, hopefully we'll actually be able to get Faith so that we can actually continue our conversation. We'll take a short break and then we'll be with you shortly. Wow, Faith, what an incredible discussion and engagement there. So, I mean, I love basically what you've shared with us. So, our technical team is going to bring Faith up right away. We are still in conversation with Faith, just engaging on her journey, and just so fascinating to see how and the lessons that we can learn as entrepreneurs, as innovators, basically from the game of chess. I love what you said about basically being mindful, right, of who you're talking to, having a big picture perspective, and because when you talk to vegetarians, and you mentioned certain things that actually could actually influence the decision whether you get that investment or not. And I don't know how many people actually think about that to actually understand who actually is going to be, who will I be pitching to, and what do they actually like? What can I do to ensure that I have a global picture and understanding of what they require. So I'm going to ask the technical team to bring you up, Faith, once again, as we're engaging on this amazing discussion. So Faith will be joining us just now. I can see her behind the scenes there. So technical team, please help us to get Faith back. So our technical team is still busy trying to get Faith. So we are here at the Startup Business Festival. The 4IR Aquatech Accelerator has taken over right now. This is it's definitely a takeover of entrepreneurs, innovators from the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that really seeks to build and scale innovative businesses in the water, energy, and food nexus. We are in conversation with Faith, who is an entrepreneur and innovator, doing incredible things to solve very big issues or challenges that our farmers are actually experiencing. Faith, we were just talking about those three things that you outlined to us, key lessons that you can learn as an entrepreneur from the game of chess. And I love the first point that you outlined, being mindful of who you're going to be talking to as an investor. Are they vegetarian? Are they, what faith are they? And, how do you ensure that when you engage with them, you can be mindful of who they are, what values they have, so that can also help basically the decision and it help you with the things that actually are very important in that decision-making process that you may not necessarily be aware of. Beyond problem solving, also the importance of failing forward and not being afraid of actually failing, and understanding that it's important to understand and be able to be resilient, stretch without breaking. Thank you very much for sharing these amazing insights with us. So maybe let's pick up another aspect. I mean, now you are in university, you are basically competing and doing amazing things basically within the your school, competition, debating team. You also got to do some amazing things in the SRC and so forth, which I think it's absolutely incredible, showcasing how active you were basically as a student. How active you were as a student, Faith. So I see that we've got you back. Maybe talk to basically what motivates you as a person. Who is actually your greatest motivation?
My greatest motivation has to be my younger brother.
Wow, please unpack that a bit more, Faith. Yeah, I can. We can hear you. Yeah, your younger brother. Yeah.
Technical problem.
We seem to be having some technical glitches there and there. But can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, no, super. You're talking about your brother as your greatest inspiration. Okay, let's try again. You're talking about your brother being your greatest, inspiration and motivation. Just unpack that for us. Colleagues, we're still at the Startup Business Festival in conversation with an amazing entrepreneur and innovator, Faith, who is doing an incredible work, basically helping farmers, solve some of the key challenges that they face. We are experiencing some technical glitches there and there, so we're going to try to get Faith back so that we can, finalize the last segment of our discussion with her. Please bear with us. We are trying to get her to join us and engage a little bit. But I absolutely enjoyed really engaging with her and hearing some of the insights that she's sharing with us around the importance of understanding and who you're going to be speaking to, and being mindful and understand that failure basically is part of the process. I mean, if you're in a lab, and I think it was Thomas Edison who talks about understanding that failure should not be something that we're afraid of, but something that allows us to understand how not to do it. So as he was developing, the bulb, what they say that he discovered different ways of how not to do it. And I think that's a great lesson for all of us as entrepreneurs and as innovators, because the entrepreneurial game is absolutely not easy. So it requires us as innovators and entrepreneurs to understand how to fail forward. So Faith is back with us. I see that she is back with us right now. Faith, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
No worries. You know what? So as we're about to do, we're going to do our last, our closing segment, which is going to be fascinating. So before we get to our closing segment, I'm going to ask that we take just 1 minute break, just so that we can ensure that everything, the audio and everything, are the way we want them to be. But what an amazing, inspirational chat we've had. So I'm loving it. I'm really, really loving it.
Thank you.
The future of taps reimagined. Introducing the high drop, conserving tomorrow today, and also changing the narrative of taps. The high drop has been carefully designed and carefully manufactured over the past 4.5 years to save you money, water, and also optimize hygiene. That's really why we exist as a business. That's really why we exist as Sky High Innovations, driven by the passion for environmental sustainability, the passion of excellence, and the passion of innovation. We want to make sure that the future is really reimagined, creating innovations that impact society and impact the global environment. Join us in this journey of sharing our first product with the world. Hashtag sustainability. Hashtag the high drop. Changing the future of taps.
Hi, my name is Lucky Diteru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you. Wow, we are back, and we are back. I mean, this is really incredible. Faith, we're still in conversation on really your amazing journey, basically through high school, primary school, high school, and some amazing achievements that you've had. So my question was, who is your greatest inspiration?
My greatest my greatest inspiration was to be Oprah.
Oprah, wow. And do you want to unpack that for us?
I think if I was to unpack it would be like a very long conversation. But the truth is her whole journey. And just everything about her is just so beautiful, you know. From how she started out, the way she is right now, and the decisions she actually had to make to get to where she is, the sacrifice she has to make to get to where she is. I think just she's one person that I think a lot of people would really love to learn from.
I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing. And you actually had mentioned also the your brother as a motivation to you. Do you want to just help us to understand why is he a great motivation for you?
Can you please repeat that?
So you had mentioned that your brother is also like somebody who motivates you. You know, in what way? Maybe you can unpack that for us.
Okay. I think before I had a younger brother, I was just the only child, and everything was just coming to me. And when I had a younger brother, for the first time in my life, I had to look out for someone, and I had to think about them and think for them. And even on maybe say I'm not hungry, because I have a younger brother, I have to stand up and help them to eat or something like that. So they motivate me. Like he motivates me. He keeps me going, and just the idea of failing and having him see me fail is is harder now than it was before.
Cool. I mean, that's fascinating. And as entrepreneurs, I mean, we look up to a couple of entrepreneurs. So would you say that Oprah is that particular person who inspires you also in the entrepreneurial game?
In
In
entrepreneurship,
entrepreneurship.
I would give it
I
to
would
Elon
give it
Musk.
to Elon Musk.
Why
Shout
not?
out to Elon Musk, man. You know, like it's crazy how many people actually get so much inspiration from him. And I mean, of course, we here in South Africa actually want to own him a little bit and say, no, he comes from, you know, downtown Pretoria. You know what I mean? So
You know.
which is very, very fascinating. And what do you like most about Elon?
What I like
What I
about him
like
is this
about him is this
dream
dream
outside of the
outside
box.
of the box.
Not just
Not
think
just
outside the
think
box,
outside,
but dream
dream
outside of
outside
even the
of
dreaming
even the
box,
dream
you
box,
know.
you know.
Um,
Um,
and
and
how
how
I think
I think
insane he can
insane he
get
can get
as far
as
as
far as
when he believes
when
in
he believes
something,
in something.
he really
He
goes all
really
the way
goes
out
all the
there.
way out there.
So I think
So I think
yeah.
That's amazing. That's really, really, really amazing. And now, say you're now in school, finishing high school, busy with SLC. What is it, LLC or SLC? In you know in the schooling system, but being very active in debates, being active with your chairs and so forth. Now, how do you then, as you go to university, which course did you decide to actually pursue in university, and why?
I
I
actually
actually,
I actually
I
went to
actually went
Actuarial
to Australia
Sciences
Sciences
when I
when
when I
I
when
when
I,
I
when I got
when
to
I got to
university.
university. Wow.
And for
And
me,
for
it was
me,
because
it
of
was
my
because of my
strength in
strength
math,
in math,
um,
um,
and physical
and
science
physical science
also,
also.
and also the fact that
Also, the fact that
I actually
I
wanted
actually
to see
wanted to
myself
see myself
become a
become a
professional
professional
businesswoman,
businesswoman,
which is
which is
basically
basically
the
the
basic
basic
definition of
definition of
actuaria in
Australia in
actuary,
actuary.
right?
Right?
Um, so that's
So
why I
that's
went
why I
for it.
went for it. So I mean, I know a lot of people who actually wanted to become, you know, actuarial scientists and so forth. That is not a program that just anyone goes to. It takes the people with the power brains, you know. So shout out to you, you know, for doing awesome stuff and really pursuing this amazing, career and also profession as well. Just take me then through your activities within the university space. What are the key things that you know continue to do, and how was that experience for you? How was university for you?
So
So
university for
university
me,
for
my
me,
first
my
year
first
when I
year
got
when
there
I
and I
got
did
there and I
actually
did
actuarial
extracurricular
sciences,
sciences,
I didn't have
I didn't
any
have
extra
extracurricular
activity,
activity,
which if you've heard
which
my
if you've
story,
heard
you'll
my story,
realize
you'll
this is
realize
not
this is not
you.
you.
Why?
Why?
I did
I did
nothing
nothing
because there was no
because there
time
was
to
no
do
time to
anything
do
else.
anything else.
There was really
There was
no
really
time to
no
do
time to
anything.
do anything.
I remember there
I
was a
remember there was
time
a time
when
when
I
I
actually
actually
realized that going
realized
to
that going to
church
church
for those
for
few
those
hours,
few hours,
I felt like
I
I was
felt like I
wasting
was
more
wasting
time.
more time.
I was like, oh
I
my
was like, oh my
goodness,
goodness,
there's a lot of work
a
to
lot
do.
of
Where
work
am
to
I
do. Where
here?
am I here?
You know?
You know?
So
So
exactly it was that
it was that
hard. And
hard.
then when I
And then
and then in my
and then
second
in my
year, I
second
actually
year, I actually
changed
changed
to computer
to computer
sciences,
sciences,
which was
which
when
was
I
when
actually
I actually
now
now
started to
started to
open up
open up
and
and
manage my time
manage my
better,
time
and
better,
realizing that it
realizing that
wasn't
it
about
wasn't
the
about
course
the course
itself last
itself
year,
last
the year
year, the
before
year
that,
before that,
but it
but
was
it
a
was
lot
a
about
lot about
it
it
had
was
a lot to
it had a
do
lot to do
with just
with just
myself
myself
and
and
what
what
aligns more
aligns
with me as an individual and me being able to manage my time, you know. And I was not able to do that in my first year, so which meant that I spent literally 24 hours every single day on my studies, and I had no other time for anything else. So when I changed to computer sciences, I was actually able to do other things. So I was able to, for example, I was treasurer of a student of a student organization at school, and we basically used to tutor high schools, and we used to offer tutoring sessions, and we were like a very religious society, but also we're tutoring high schools. So the high schools are outside of that, so Soweto and places around basically Joburg. and we used to tutor there, and I was the treasurer of the organization. And then I felt alive again, because I was able to not only focus on one sphere of my life, but I was able to do other things also outside of just my academics. And I think that's when I would say that my career and my journey started to look a bit, to look clearer, yeah.
I mean, just take me through that process, because I love that process where you need to now evaluate and look into your quality of life as an individual and where you are, and just making that step, transition, to a different kind of environment. How was that process for you?
It is very hard. It is very hard for me specifically, because when I finished high school with being this star and being this person who had a lot of distinctions, and I think my parents had a different dream for me, which was in medicine, and I had a different dream for myself, which was in business, right? So hence I took the actuary. And so when that didn't happen as I thought it would, then it became very hard also to come back and say, actually, I don't want to go that route anymore, because I feel like I'm suffocating that side. Then it becomes very hard to, even not only as far as parents are concerned, but also as far as society is concerned. Because now people have expectations of you. People are expecting to see you like do as you did when you were in high school. Continue getting those distinctions that you got. Continue doing very well. Continue being this award receiver in academics that you used to be. And when that is now like taken away from you, it is also hard for you to actually realize, to actually understand, or actually this is just a step and a transition that I have to go through. It no matter how much I thought I was ready for the moment, it was very hard to go through it. It was really very hard for me to take that jump, like.
And then what convinced you that this is actually the right decision to make? And I mean, and sometimes we talk about, okay, I mean, this was the original plan. I mean, of course, needing to pivot to a different environment. What actually allowed you or gave you the courage to pursue that change and actually to stick to it?
So I started coding actually when I was in grade 11. So there's this program called the TTP. It's a program that basically takes students, learners from high schools all over South Africa, and they bring them to vets, right? And then when we are at vets, we actually taught some of the modules that vet students do, like on entry level though, just an introduction to them. And we are also given some form of like it's like some form of a boot camp also, where we do high school stuff also, so that we can perform back to school and stuff like that. So when I was part of that program, we actually started coding. We were coding and developing games and just small programs using using like small programming languages. And it was very fun to do that, right? But when the time came for me to actually, as much as I had like the exposure to like most of like the modules that I could do in high school, I think then when the time came for me to choose, I just like inclined more to the actuary side of things, And when I got to VERT in first year, I actually then realized that actually, so I could have done that coding thing that we used to do for fun. I could have actually done that as a career, that coding thing that I used to love so much, that I would actually like be in a boarding school. We used to have like a time where they would switch off the lights, right? I would be there in my bed with the laptop, and everyone thinking we're all sleeping, but I'm there coding. So now when I got to first year, I realized that actually I can do that. That fun thing that I used to enjoy so much, I can do that for a living, and I can make a living out of it. So then I was like, next year I'm changing.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. That's really, really amazing. Wow. Now let's then fast forward to basically the genesis of Puno. What was the inspiration for Puno?
So last year during lockdown, what happened was that I was saving up money because my parents kept on giving me my allowance every month. just that I can have it and see what I do with it. So obviously, I was at home, online learning and everything. I obviously then was saving the money. And after a couple of months of saving the money and even just, I realized I can actually afford to buy a 3 hectares piece of land at home and actually start farming. So then I started farming. But I had like a lot of challenges, especially like financial challenges, to say I needed like a very big fence that I couldn't afford. And but then either ways I started and I did like, some small stuff. I did watermelons to be precise. And so when I came back to school this year, when we opened again, I actually thought a lot about the challenges that I faced during the summer and just the challenges that I faced when I started farming. And I realized that I should like find a solution to those problems. And remember, like in farming, in agriculture, the problems that you face are not only just financial. There are a lot of constraints that you face, and a lot of things that can be done better. Culture. And so just going through a journey where I was trying to find out what can we do better as farmers, right? And also how can we remove some of the constraints that we have into farming, especially like the entry of it, financial entry. Like, how do you become a farmer? So you know everything you're supposed to know and you really love the space. Without money, how do you even start? You get my point. It becomes also it's still like a constraint also to go into it. And even a lot of things like financial literacy, like understanding the finances of it. Because as a farmer, I think a lot of us are fortunate to have a financial background where you can understand the finances. But I think there are a lot of farmers who actually don't understand. So that makes the literacy, financial literacy, another constraint into farming, right? So when I came back to school this year, and I had been thinking a lot about my farming and just how I can solve the problem. And then came a hackathon. And during the hackathon, I think just listening to the speakers, and being part of the conversation and just realizing what actually. So then I think it was during the hackathon when I actually thought a lot about what solution can I actually bring to the table. And then and there, I started building something. And that's where Puno came about. Puno came about actually from being a farmer and realizing that there are problems that farmers actually face that need to be solved, and also things that farmers can do better that need to be introduced to the farmers to say, how can you, you can do this better as a farmer. You can actually try to make sure that you do this better. Like those kind of stuff.
This is really, really, really fascinating. I think we need to actually have a follow-up, Faith, because I think there's a lot that we still need to go through. So I'm going to extend an invitation to you again so that we can delve deeper into understanding the core, basically, of Puno, where you are, what the constraints, the challenges are, and what have you been able to actually address some of those challenges. Tell me, where were you when you discovered that you've been accepted into the 4-hour Aquatech Accelerator?
Ooh, where was I? I was actually at the mall.
Wow.
I was at the mall.
Yeah.
And I remember getting a call. And actually, the call was saying that we sent you an email, but the email never got to me. So then that's how I found out that I've been attending the program through the call actually. And I was like, I can't hear you. And the person was like, look. And I think I was like so excited.
Wow. That's incredible. And how has it been actually for you? How has the journey been, for you? And just take us through what your experience has been.
Yeah. Actually, my journey after joining the accelerator of this year's cohort has been, I think, because this is the first time that I've been in accelerator. Also, I didn't know that I would grow this much. I didn't know that it would really be this fast, where a lot of things happen in a very short period of time, where you're really growing every single day, every single week. You are growing, something is happening. You are being reminded that, Faith, you have this deadline. Faith, you need to, what are you doing with your business? What are you thinking about this sphere of your business? Like, just like having not only an environment, but also a group of people that push you into making your own business better each and every single day, you know? And also just the connections and the networks that I've actually got to, that I became exposed to when I joined, when I became part of the accelerator, are so much so that, like, I have never, I think I've never actually had to grow this much in a short period of time in any sphere of my life. It has been awesome, and it has really been like a growing phase for me. It has been like a lot and beautiful, and yeah.
I'll certainly ensure that the team hears this and they get the feedback. I mean, thank you so much, also for spending time and also for sharing your story with us, because it's really really fascinating, to hear how the genesis of Faith, the entrepreneur, how you transition to where you are, because that's absolutely beautiful and very inspirational. Maybe talk to a young lady growing up in Everton, and who actually looks and doesn't know where to go, what to do. What would you say to them in closing?
I would say to them that they should take every challenge that they face in small chunks. Like, take every small challenge that you face in small chunks. And so take every day in small chunks also. You don't know where you want to go, but starting by having like a vision board. So saying, like, dream really big, like have a vision board. I remember, I think 5 years ago, when I was in TTP, when I was in grade 11, I actually had a vision board. And for me, it was like, oh my goodness, this is not good to happen. But having a vision board actually goes a long way, right? Like, so get like a big piece of paper and just paste pictures, like create a collage, write things you want to become, and really dream big, dream outside of the box, and take it in small chunks. So just because you want to see yourself um, driving this big car that is worth 10 million, for example, you don't have that 10 million now, but literally just take every goal that you have in small chunks, and you will get there. And don't ever stop learning.
Awesome! I love this. I love that advice. I think people listening to this will be very much inspired by your story of pushing and failing forward, not being afraid to pursue bold and big things. And so your story, I think it's incredible. It needs to be written. If you're not considering writing a book, please do, because I think it's an incredible story of amazing achievement across the board. And I want to just continue to encourage you to innovate and do what you are doing, because I think you're solving a very important issue for South Africa, but this will also be for the continent and other parts of the world. Once again, thank you for spending time with us. We will certainly be sending out an invitation to actually do this again. Let's definitely do it again.
Thank you very much. Most definitely.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Faith Mukhalaka, who is an amazing entrepreneur, the founder of Puno, an incredible platform that actually seeks to address issues that farmers face that are absolutely critical. Access to funding, it's a critical challenge that most small businesses actually face. And she is a farmer of farmers. The farmer of farmers actually understands what the pain points are for farmers, and she's actually using her skills, her talents to solve those particular challenges. This is the Startup Business Festival, and we at the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program have taken the slot to actually inspire a new generation of young innovators and entrepreneurs. Through listening to stories like Faith's story, we hope that you can be inspired to actually raise your hand as well and say you want to be counted in helping to make the world a better place. So with that said, I want to wish you all a great afternoon further, and hope to see you again on our podcast as we engage with thought and practice leaders across the water, food, and energy nexus. Thank you so much. Faith, thank you very much, and sharp to you too.
Bye, Lucky.
Thank you.
I am Sope Mtamba, the founder and CEO of Satso.